a cloud in the sky. The crisp early morning scenes here of another African dawn. Serious business and serious points for the remaining surfers to contest finals day here in beautiful Ballito. Oscar Berry arriving at the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Of course, South African hopes is well invested. Nadia Aristaba just contemplating her up-and-coming semi-final this morning. As we mentioned, it's crisp, but it's a beautiful beach day ahead for surf fans. They will be entertained, and they will be packing into the beaches early here this morning as we bring you live coverage of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the second stop on a very exciting schedule for the season ahead. And beautiful, beautiful views of the Indian Ocean here. It is a good morning. It is a Kunjani as we greet you from the land of the heart of the Zululand region, Quadakuza coastline here in Ballito. It is the second Challenger Series stop. It's a good morning. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linda. Kunjani?
Yes, morning, Gigs. And I think we're in for a pretty magical day. Some cracking good waves on the bank this morning. Saw a couple of big deep barrels, some big turns, a lot of the semi-finalists out there warming up. It's not an easy lineup, as we've seen the whole week. It's a bit variable, a little bit shifty, so you've got to pick the gems out of the mix. The swells arrive, the offshores are blowing, the sun's up, and everyone's ready. Some people already in the darkness in front of my flat on the lawn there with their camper chairs, whole families getting set up for the morning. It's going to be amping.
Well, surf fans invested in this rich tradition of what is the longest running professional event, perhaps alongside Bells Beach. Roots go all the way back to 1969, and the beginning of this whole chapter of this event carried along with the development of professional surfing. The Gunston 500 of the time transitioning to the Mr. Price Pro, and so much to talk about here for finals day from South Africa. Let's go down and plug in with Emma Smith. She's down there at the beach.
Good morning, Luke. You're into finals day. The whole of South Africa is still frothing about that. You've already had a free surf. How was it out there?
GCR today is definitely the best day of the waiting period. So stoked they hold it out and waited to today. It's like 4-foot clean offshore conditions, nice south swell. Yeah, it's pretty much as good as this place gets. So yeah, it's gonna be a good day of surfing, and yeah, frothing for the heats.
You've been on the first heat of the day train, then almost the last heat of the day train. You're probably surfing around mid-morning, I think. What do you think it's going to be like?
I think it's just going to get better throughout the morning until the wind comes up later. But luckily, they ran enough heats yesterday, so they're going to be done before the wind picks up today. So yeah, I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good the whole day. And yeah, it's going to be a good day of surfing.
Thanks, Luke. Good luck for today. We're all rooting for you. Yeah, made us proud already.
Well, the 56th edition of the event here in South Africa about to start unfolding this morning. Of course, semi-finals on both men's and women's sides of the draw to decide who our finalists will be for 2025. Let's go back to yesterday's action as we look at that quarter-final bracket. Exciting heat to start yesterday morning. Luke Thompson getting that win over Eli Hanneman, and he is into the semi-finals to take on Oscar Berry, who's been an exciting prospect here in 2025.
Yeah, and Oscar has been very calm, cool and collected, big smile on his face, doing some good surfing. I bumped into him this morning in the dark and I said to him, you know, how are you feeling going into a big semi-final against Luke Thompson, the South African? He says he's not going to lie, it's a little bit nerve-wracking.
Well, let's have a look at the women's brackets. Quarterfinals yesterday, setting up the semi-finals. Familiar names in Sally Fitzgibbons taking on Nadia Aristaba here this morning. Yesterday, Sally Fitzgibbons getting past a very informed Tia Zabrowski, who is just in her third Challenger Series event. And of course, lots of action coming our way here. So surf fans, settle in. It's finals day. We'll crown champions. 10,000 points available to winners here on the Challenger Series, coming to you from beautiful South Africa. And it is just another one of those perfect winter mornings here, Kai.
It's a cracker. Look at that. Just a beautiful winter's day. Sun's out, offshore's flaring, and there's definitely swell in the water. And we've got 4 ladies coming up who are the form surfers of the event. And of course, a little bit of a backstory on this heat, Gigs, is that Sally, can she go all the way? Can she get that wild card for J-Bay too?
There is that discussion, and perhaps a win here will see her finish top of the Challenger Series rankings in just a few hours' time. We'll confirm all of that. Tour management setting out 35-minute heats here for competition this morning. Semi-final stage of competition to crown winners at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. You see the brushed conditions this morning. We've had a southwesterly just cleaning that swell up overnight. Surfline forecast getting it spot on as far as a lift in swell as well. We speculated there would be bigger waves in the lineup come the low tide this morning. So an early start here to crown champions, just after 7:30 local time here on the east coast of South Africa. No rides just yet, and 2 very experienced surfers in the lineup. No one with more experience than Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, and you can see where they're sitting in the lineup too, Gigs. You see those rocks just past them. This is the first time pretty much in the entire week we've seen the surfers starting the heat up in the more sort of traditional takeoff zone. And that is because that swell has pushed in a bit more. The sand seems to have filled out during the week, and we may just see a couple of kegs moving down that sandbank.
Ballito loves the south swell, and signs of a new south swell making its way up the east coast of South Africa. Of course, reports from the world's best, all the championship tour surfers having an amazing day yesterday in Jeffreys Bay. Of course, they'll call yesterday the Stephen swell because the swell suddenly lifted through the morning as everybody just paid respects to surfer and local artist passing away, Stephen Bibb. But that swell making its way up here to about 1,000 kilometers north of Jeffreys Bay. Those south swells travel quite quickly overnight. They march past East London, the home of Greg Emsley, and continue through the Transkei, that region that sees so much sardine activity. And then they start arriving here in the beautiful Dolphin Coast, the Quatakusa region. Warm water here, around 20 degrees centigrade. And Fitzgibbons will not be too challenged to get the opening ride here of semi-final number 1 underway. See bigger walls available. It's going to be interesting to see how surfers impress the judges by using the judging criteria that we've seen at play this week. Emphasis on big, radical, risky maneuvers in the lip line, and certainly some big walls to work with here for finals day.
Yeah, and Sally just having a little bit of a flirt with the barrel there and then deciding to go around the section. You'll see she took off. That's a good looking bowl. Looked at this one, thought about it, looked like it was a little bit pinchy, so she went around, gets the carve, but she'll be happy. First wave, get rid of some of the nerves, shake loose a little bit. And interestingly, we saw day 1, pretty big swell. Now on the finals day, similar size, but you can just see how much better it's lining up than that first day, Gigs.
Bookending with plenty of swell on tap here. Fitzgibbons opened with the 2, the best looking 2 you'll see. There's another run down the line. That's going to find some points from the panel. She'll just whip it into focus. A couple of nice clips there on the face, inside section. There's low tide conditions here, and she's found that one that's just stretched out nicely, a medium pace to it, and that'll be already a second counting ride in the lineup.
Wow, really laid into that first turn too, picking it up a little bit further down the bank. So maybe that first wave wasn't such a bad call. Got her down the bank, got her into this one. Takes off, also again, almost thinking to go to the barrel, then goes for the big hack off the top. Beautiful power turn into the wrap. And it looked like it was kind of going to be done and dusted, but this little bonus section popped up on the inside, giving her a little mini layback jam. It's going to be a decent score to get things going here.
2 surfers both experiencing the mid-season cut this season. Fitzgibbons has followed this route a few times now, dominating the Challenger Series each time, showing her pedigree, her experience, lots to talk about with that. But Nadia Aristaba as well, just that first run on the championship tour this year, also the mid-season cut for her. So a lot of experience in the lineup here. Nadia Aristaba. Thinking of the lineup that we're working with this morning here and the type of big backhand hits that Nadia has been bringing to us all week long, Got a feeling that she's going to be a real challenge here for Sally Fitzgibbons as we move into 30 minutes under the clock on semi-final number 1.
So you can see here in the slow-mo, beautiful bottom turn, and then really attack the lip line there, Giggs. Gets off the bottom straight into the carve. And this is where that wave just flattened out, but she sticks with it, just keeps the board active. And for good reason, this little bonus section popped up, nice little jab just to finish things off. And just watching Sally paddle back out there too, Giggs, one of the other players that's going to come into effect here is the lineup itself. You know there's some grunt in the swell when someone who's like one of the strongest paddlers in surfing is struggling to get out through that like aerated water on the inside on that shallow bank. There's a lot of power, a lot more swell coming in, and the period has jumped to almost double what it was for the early part of the week.
Stronger lines into the impact zone here in Ballito for finals day. There'll be plenty of power on tap, and Sally already figuring out how to get into the good range here. Saw her attack to the lip line there, and she just found that tapered wall just to keep her rails working. Judges will recognize all of that, and they'll go 617. So setting the pace here for semi-final number 1 for Nadia Aristaba to chase. And of course Sally Fitzgibbons straight back now into the deeper water and already thinking about dropping her 2-point ride. Let's have a look at those live rankings. We spoke of that wild card available for the highest finisher here. You see the points difference. Veselko 14.745 accumulated from both Newcastle and here in Ballito. She did fall out the draw yesterday. Fitzgibbons has gone one better into the semi-finals here this morning. So into the finals we'll see Fitzgibbons perhaps at the top of the rankings. But Zabrowski out, Tyson out. But exciting to see Laura Ropp and Yolanda Hopkins with opportunities to even go higher up the Challenger Series rankings. Meanwhile, live action, so we can talk all we like, but it's business in the lineup. And just like that, Fitzgibbons is going to stitch together her approach to heats, her management start to finish, surfing to requirements, knowing exactly at any time where her opposition is. She's cleverly found another wave in the lineup, Kai, to drop her 2-pointer. And so this will be a fair set of numbers for Aristaba to chase now.
Yeah, Sally's come out the gates firing, getting busy, finding scores. And I think it's a good strategy today. Take your opportunities as soon as you find them. But here goes the goofy footer.
We said that Nadia would be going vertical on the backhand. We've seen her do it all week long. She's been doing it on the Challenger Series for a couple of seasons now. And certainly just that one turn from her, quick turnaround, back out to the lineup. But I love her vertical approach up the face here, Kai.
Yeah, taking off a bit of a messy way, but does well to get up into the lip. And then the next section just clamping, so she'll hit the eject button. And we saw this wave. Wow, really nice, big open face carve right back into the power pocket. A little bit of a check turn there, then attacks the lip again. Come around, another little just getting herself back into the power, and then a nice little finish to finish off. So I think Sally's sort of found a little bit of a rhythm out there. Beautiful first carve. And she's just working scores now. She knows what she got for the 617. Probably going to go pretty similar on this one, Giggs, if I look at that replay. And suddenly she's going to have 2 6s, let's call it, in the bag. That puts some pressure on Nadia.
Since the Challenger Series has been structured the way it is over the last few seasons, no one has dominated the Challenger Series on either men's or women's like Sally Fitzgibbons. She is just a machine. She's a competitive expert. All of that experience, 16 years at the top of the sport already, and a few more to come, we feel. We'll quickly add the 533, and so there we are. That's the numbers. Judges still waiting for the opening number to land. And vertical attack. Just thinking of that single turn of Nadia Aristaba. Not a very critical lip line on that wave, Kai. So perhaps Aristaba already will be feeling a touch of urgency to find something a little bigger for her second counting ride. But judges just musing on that opening backhand turn of Aristabe with a little over 24 to go.
Yeah, I think during the course of the week, you know, the conditions, there weren't a lot of opportunities for long rides. A lot of sort of more closey, peaky waves. So they were really rewarding those big single maneuvers. But I think as we've seen from Sally's first two scores, that there is opportunity in the lineup today to link up some variety and some couple of maneuvers. So I think they're going to maybe really hold back on those singular scores unless it's something really ridiculous. You're going to have to really push the limits to get a big score in one maneuver.
So Aristabe with work ahead here in the first semi-final this morning. It is finals day. If you've just tuned in, welcome to the beautiful east coast of South Africa. Stop 2 on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. First one running in Newcastle a few weeks back. Top 10 picture changing slightly, but a number of surfers that got results out of Newcastle showing consistency here on the Challenger Series, particularly these two names, Fitzgibbons and Aristabe. Of course, Sally all the way to the finals in Newcastle. And right now on the front foot in this semi-final, so to perhaps repeat and perhaps even take out a win here in Ballito.
I've also been noticing gigs this morning, both of these ladies having a lot of looks back at the beach. And what that's saying to me is that the lineup has really changed from the previous days. Swells changed direction, banks filled out, so they're maybe not quite as sure of where their markers are in the lineup, and maybe looking back to the coaches just to sort of figure out if they are actually in the right place.
Well, first heat of the morning, always a barometer for the competitors to monitor where the perhaps best peak is in the lineup. It is slightly shifting still. You see a mix of swells still running in the water. Some leftover east-northeast direction, and then this new primary south swell that's made its way up the east coast. Just talking of Nadia Aristabe, this time last year, using this event here in Ballito to qualify at the end of the Challenger Series of last season. Aristabe got a couple of great results. Also on the Gold Coast, she featured well last year to a 5th place finish. Got that semi-final against Erin Brooks in Sydney last year for a 3rd place there. Of course, the US Open served Aristabe well as well, so this is familiar territory for the surfer from the northern coast of Spain. And it is as we mentioned, a more developed and thorough Challenger Series schedule for the year ahead. Second stop here in Ballito. There is a look at our calendar for surfers looking to qualify to the Championship Tour of 2026. We bookended with Newcastle. Start a month back with wins for Francesco Vaselko and Jacob Wilcox respectively. They're both out of the Ballito Pro. So crowning new winners here at the second stop. Exciting to see Huntington Beach coming up next. Both surfers in the lineup know that very well. And of course those running right-handers in Portugal. Saquarema, the beach break conditions. We've seen it framed on the Championship Tour many times. And then the exciting addition into early 2026, Pipeline, Hawaii.
Yeah, and you're going to have to go prove yourself there, gigs. It's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons for sure on this Challenger Series. A lot of surfers with zero experience out there, so they're going to have to very quickly learn and climatize to one of the heaviest waves in the world.
We saw Pipeline feature as a QS 5000 a few times. That's going to serve a lot of the Hawaiian campaigners very, very well. But exciting that Pipeline features at the Challenger Series level and really just refines and proves what kind of talent deserves to be advancing into the Championship Tour of 2026. Certainly you'd speculate names like Fitzgibbons and Aristabe already getting their run again this year at Championship Tour level, both of them getting that mid-season cut after Margaret River. But as we mentioned, no one has a better track record on the Challenger Series than Fitzgibbons, who leads the semi-final by a nice set of numbers at this stage.
Yeah, and you know, if you look at surfers coming up from the Challenger onto the CT, a lot of them on the old sort of itinerary, not having that heavy water experience in competition. Now suddenly you're getting thrown into the mix with waves like Chopu, Pipeline, Fiji, Cloudbreak. These are heavy, heavy waves, and I kind of feel like it's good to get at least one wave on the Challenger Series that's going to push those limits and give them a taste of what to expect, so they don't just come into it blind.
Semi-final number 1 with Fitzgibbons out front. We'll sit back and take a quick break here. It's finals day coming to you from Ballito in South Africa.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
It's finals day here in Ballito in South Africa for the Challenger Series and Surfline forecast showing. You see that big purple blob that's just washed across the bottom of the South Atlantic into the Indian Ocean region here, and a fresh south swell marching up into the contest arena. 5 to 7 foot faces according to Surfline, and pretty much spot on. And of course that wind offshore this morning will go to a little bit of side into the onshore as we get later into the day, but overhead surf, everyone's happy and crowd already flocking down here for finals day.
Yeah, Gigs, and hopefully we'll be finished off with the finals before that side onshore arrives. I think the nice positive thing to see on the forecast from Surfline there is 5 to 7 foot faces across the day. So we're not really looking at any kind of decrease in swell. Having said that, with the high period, you are going to have those periods of sort of non-activity while we wait for the next batch of sets to arrive. And I think we've seen it in this heat now. It's been a bit of a slow patch, but there was some action while we were away. And Nadia, looking for a score, took off on this one. Nice bottom turn, lovely whip off the top, driving that tail through the lip. Backs it up with a nice solid critical turn. So back in the game. And then Sally behind her, also finding a nice looking bowl here. This one steps up for her. She lays into a little hammer there. So interesting exchange.
Yep, Aristaba we felt was going to attack that lip line at some stage. Found a softer wave to start for the 367. But she's ticked the box on two aspects there, is that critical turn in the lip for one and a combination as well. So that's going to be a very healthy score. Heavy on the back foot through that turn. Judges have not missed a detail in that. One judge already, 5 on the panel. Of course, this all gets tabulated and into the computer system. The scoring system eliminates the lowest and the highest of the 5 judges' opinions, and then does an average of the remaining 3 scores, and that's how the formula works. So an 8.5 will lob off, an 8 will lob off, and that's how we end up with the 8.17. Excellent category score for Nadia Aristaba, and on that exchange, she flips the heat in her favor just like that.
Click of her finger. Just look at the surfing though. Big bottom turn, goes upside down for the first, And then nice linkage there. She comes straight out and straight up into the big lip turn on the critical section. Very good surfing on the backhand there.
Wow, solid, solid, solid. Love that. As we mentioned, Aristaba in the CT jersey to start 2025. Mixed results for her. Got a 9th at Pipe to start the season, and a 9th at Bell, showcasing that backhand. And well, she brings that backhand attack here to look to re-qualify to the championship tour. And that is a heavy hitting score, an 8.17. And really the weight of it, a lot of it on that last turn, Kai. Let's have a look at how Fitzgibbons needs to answer to it. She found a couple of running waves in the lineup. She'll continue to do so. Her surfing is fluid. Her way she strategizes and approaches. Nobody knows the contest game better than Sally Fitzgibbons on the women's side of competition. Of course, Fitzgibbons, in that last exchange, her score not featuring. So she's hanging on to those two opening rides, 6.17 and 5.33. Just has to bump the 5.33 up a touch to the 5.68 to take the lead back.
Yeah, and let's look at this one. Late takeoff, comes in, waits for the section. Good little turn to start things off, and then comes around. That's a big power hack. I like the second turn. Gets the third. Was hoping for a little bit more down the line here, but I think most of the score is going to come from these first two turns. That one was really good, and it bottomed out underneath her, but that was where the power came in. Really beautiful second turn, and managing to get the lip line hit. I think when we compare the two, though, just going to come in a little bit below Nadia's score, because I think the big advantage the goofy footer has on this lineup is that they can really drive up off that back foot and go upside down into the lip. So let's see what comes in for Sally Giggs.
The consummate professional, the long serving campaign of Sally Fitzgibbons. Meanwhile, back into picture now, looking to drop a lower score of a 3.67 out of her scoreline. Aristabe will just touch the lip there for the last one. Not a strong hammer at the end, but certainly keeping her scorecard turning over. She knows that she too must now add more pressure to Fitzgibbons, who will be challenging the requirements top left of screen. And now both of those girls must just get the work done, get back over the sandbar. As you mentioned, longer period to the swell, so there are opportunities to just sneak back. But overhead waves for us here in semi-finals.
Yeah, and the story of this wave is just a couple of moments where she kind of hit a bump or got a little caught up. You saw it on the bottom turn, you saw it off one of the top turns off the top. So I don't think going to be one of her keepers, but you never know in a heat like this. First turn was looking great, just got a little stuck there, and you see her hit that little wobble on the bottom turn out of it. So not really connecting that hard on the second turn. If you put it up against that first wave of hers, just not really in the same category.
Judges' scorecard open for both surfers in that exchange. Fitzgibbons trying to replace the 5.33. Aristaba trying to improve the 3.67. His dad, Martin. Of course, everyone in and around Kiama. And that lower New South Wales coastline will be packed around the television sets, supporting, and it's going to be a 6.67, so improving and finding the requirement, flipping the heat back in her favor, still waiting for a score to land for Nadia Aristaba. And just make reference to the requirement there for Aristaba, 4.67. So this scorecard's going to flip over a couple more times before the semi-final number one is wrapped, Kai.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what score comes in now for Nadia. She doesn't need a huge score, 4.67. I think she might be in that neck of the woods, even though it wasn't her best surfing of the week. But just shows you how good Sally is. Like, gets the 8 dropping on top of her and just responds in kind.
Well, she does have the priority. She's sizing it up. Meanwhile, Aristaba also looking at every opportunity now. Both surfers know that with a little over 10 minutes to go here in the first semi-final of the morning, that the heat is not done yet. Feel that at any stage, any of the surfers can shut this one out. Exactly 10 minutes to go. 35-minute heats, and that one's going to come in soft. So 3.17 doesn't meet the requirements. So Fitzgibbons with priority and the heat lead here. As we mentioned, the most consistent surfer on the Challenger Series, both men's and women's tours. No one has the pedigree and numbers. Continual final appearances for Sally Fitzgibbons, and as we mentioned, runner-up to Francesca Veselko in Newcastle, and an opportunity here with a heat win to be a wild card for J-Bay. Sally loves the job of being a professional surfer. Every opportunity she can to surf in a heat she'll take. She'll know that J-Bay lineup as well, Kai. No stranger to that. Heat prep coming up next. Young Brazilian Laura Ropp will have the Brazilian fanship following. Just 19 years of age. She's taking on Yolanda Hopkins in the semi-final number 2 coming up next. Another exciting one and difficult to call on paper, because both surfers in form here in Ballito. And, talking of Ballito and track records, both these surfers in semi-final number 1 have always fared well to finals day here, Kai.
Yeah, Sal's always had a good run here, and Nadia's been coming out for a couple of years. She started coming to Ballito surfing in the Pro Juniors, and always with good results. So she's always had happy hunting here. She's traveling with a crew of the Basque boys. You saw them on the beach earlier, sort of checking out the scores. I've seen they like really support her, so she'll be feeling strong.
Out from under the priority of, Fitzgibbons. Nadia Aristide will get a big backhand hit in. This one's still tapered, a little bit of opportunity. Last section just to tweak to. She likes that. She'll just throw up a claim as she gets into the inside section here. The weight of that wave all coming from that first turn, and a big power hit it was, Kai.
Yeah, that was some solid surfing. Wow, she really attacked the lip line, threw it down. I think, sorry, 367 is what she's looking to replace, needing the 457 or 467. So could be there. Took off on this one, big peak, straight into the bottom turn, and really attacked the lip there. Gigs went absolutely upside down. Would have been nice if this wave had maybe run out for another solid turn, but she stuck with it, put the QS gloves on, and got the final turn.
Well, there's no doubt that the weight of this first turn, watch how much spray flies on this one. That is a massive hit. And that alone, Kai, I think, is going to tip the heat in her favor. And she kind of sneaked out from under the priority of Fitzgibbons as well.
Yes, Sal may be looking at that wave and seeing that it didn't have as much of a line on it, so looking more peaky, and thinking that she didn't want to take that one. But Nadia thought, well, I'm under priority, may as well have a crack, and a crack she had. Wow, that was a big turn.
Just under 7 minutes to go here in semi-final number 1 of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. We see into screen comes Fitzgibbons, and this is what she got up to.
Well, racing down the line, blows the tail on the first turn, goes a bit of white and frothy, gets a second. Now looking for the closer, drifts the fins. A little progression there from Sally Fitzgibbons. We've seen her going to the air this week as well, so I like it. Getting a bit more sort of expression out, getting a little bit more flair out, and that's what the judges want to see.
Fitzgibbons putting emphasis on perhaps slightly more vertical attack in the lip as well on that first turn. She knows that Aristabe has blown the lid off a backhand turn there, sent whitewater flying. Sally would have looked back over her shoulder and seen that from the takeoff zone here in Ballito. And well, judges are going to drop another big number on us here, 717, the weight of it on that massive backhand hit. And a good set of numbers now, which puts Fitzgibbons into a chase for an 867. So Fitzgibbons is going to have to get explosive herself, and we'll wait for her score to land. But certainly a strong statement here from the young surfer from Zarauz in Spain.
Wow, that's like a crazy jump in requirement if you think about it. It went from like a 4-point-something up to an 867 to advance. So just shows the power of that 817, and then getting 1 point down on the 717 for that big crazy backhand turn. And Sunday Nadia is looking in the power seat. She's got priority, 5 minutes to go.
Wow, semi-final number 1, fetching some excellent category scores. Let's have a look at the recap. It was Fitzgibbons who got going early first here, Kai.
Yeah, very nice high-speed turn to get things going here. A lot of rail surfing through the middle parts of this wave, though, and getting it a little closer. So a real story here as we look at the recap is watch the goofy footer, just the intensity of the turns a little bit higher, the commitment, and also just where she's hitting the lip line. And you watch Sal here, lovely rail surfing, power in these turns, especially that one right there, but not going into the lip, into the critical section quite as much as Nadia. So that's, I think, where the real big difference in the two is coming here. That turn right there, best turn of the week.
Single turn there, really making up the bulk of that score, 717. The previous two-turn combination for Nadia Aristaba at 817. Okay, well, we'll join the lineup with just under 4 minutes to go here. Requirements for Fitzgibbons. So Fitzgibbons just nudging her scorecard up a touch as well. 677, last of Fitzgibbons does appear in her top two. But she's got to add a little bit more weight to those turns now. She's got to get more vertical. She's got to find an opportunity. She does have the priority, but she chases a big number, the 857. At this stage, we have seen an 817 from Aristaba, so those numbers are out there. Overhead conditions here in Ballito for finals day. And Sally Fitzgibbons will know how to mentally manage the next 3.5 minutes. And she'll stay very focused on looking for her best wave of this semi-final number one.
Yeah, and if she needs any kind of inspiration, she knows through the mic on the beach and also through the scores that Nadia did 2 big backhand turns, critical turns to get the 817. So she kind of has a good indicator of where she needs to go and what she needs to do, Gigs. And an 867, it's going to have to be a bigger wave. It's going to have some critical surfing on it. And she's going to have to really just sort of push those limits.
Fitzgibbons qualified in 2009, 3-time runner-up to the world title in the early stages of her career. She's remained consistent, a consummate professional, focused on health, focused on quality of living. Of course, representing Australia at the Olympics. And just so many credentials to talk about for Sally Fitzgibbons. No one more consistent, as we said, in the Challenger Series jersey than her. You look at last year's Challenger Series, Kai. 3rds in Sydney and on the Gold Coast, a 5th in Ballito here this time last year. Wins at the US Open, and in Ericeira in Portugal saw her take out the Challenger Series of last year. Right now, even if she does fall short here and finish equal 3rd, she'll be right up in that top 2 picture still on the Challenger Series rankings heading to the US Open. So consistency, the key of Sally Fitzgibbons, there's no doubt of that. The young guard, you see all this young talent, names like Gould, Zabrowski, and many others, but they've got to learn the game like Fitzgibbons knows how to play.
Yeah, and she's got that number 1 seed in her sights too. If she goes all the way here, she will go number 1, because the current number 1 dropping out in the previous round.
You might find that she ends up at the top of the rankings, because the difference between a 5th and a 3rd and a 3rd and a 1st, going to be interesting to see where the numbers land at the end of today when we finalize the rankings. Meanwhile, under the priority, she'd have to improve on a 717 if she wants to increase the lead over Fitzgibbons. And 1 minute to go now. Fitzgibbons will have the opportunity in the lineup. She'll size up this. Slight more wind across the face as well. We're noticing an in and out for Fitzgibbons. Still 45 seconds to go here in the first semi-final of the morning. But a big requirement in the mid-range 8s for Fitzgibbons if she wants to find her way to the final of the Ballito Pro in 2025. Just spoke of that wind, and we just see a touch of it now coming right to left across your screens. But all credit to Aristaba, who's put a big number as a requirement for Fitzgibbons here, and the clock's coming down to 15 seconds.
Yeah, she put on a 15.34. That's a solid heat score, and what you want to see in a semi-final at challenger level. Bit of a slow start for her, but once she found that 817, there was no really stopping her. You can see the Bass team very, very happy. They've been here all week supporting her gigs, and they're going to look forward to a final now.
Well, Nadia Eristabe, for the first time here in Ballito, will be in the finals to contest a win here on the Challenger Series. And, well, all credit to Sally Fitzgibbons. She'll finish with a third here. So a second in Newcastle, a third here in Ballito. The winner from Newcastle finished fifth, so it's going to be very close on the scorecards. But all kudos to the backhand hits of Nadia Eristabe. She's into the finals. Stay with us. The show continues from South Africa.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
Welcome back to the show. It's finals day, coming to you from beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. Semi-finals this morning with a win already for Nadia Eristabe. Let's decide who's going to go up against her for the win in Ballito this weekend. The heat out in the lineup, Yolanda Hopkins from Portugal takes on Laura Ropp from Brazil. It's a good morning. Gig Saliers and Kai Linda in for the call. And early morning scenes here. The beach is warming up. Mercury is climbing. You see that southerly wind out the back, just ushering in that new overhead swell. Surf line right on point as far as 5 to 7 foot faces in the lineup, Kai. And well, how was the lip attack from Nadia Eristabe in that last one to set the pace here for the second semi-final?
Yeah, she definitely came out firing and showing the rest of the semi-final field sort of where the scale is at, what the judges are looking for. They're looking for intense, critical surfing in the bowl and attacking the lip. And both of these surfers in the lineup have had a good week. They've both been surfing really well. Yolanda has had kind of a really positive energy around her. She looks like she's really channeling some forward momentum. So excited to see what she's got. But Laura Ropp is a very good young surfer from Brazil. So it's going to be a cracker of a semi-final. And as in the last heat, we're going to see which one of these surfers can find those big critical sections, multiple maneuvers, and get those big scores on the board.
Laura Ropp, just 19 years of age, from Florianopolis in Brazil, finds herself here on finals day in Ballito for the second Challenger Series stop. Hopkins already knows the feeling. She's tasted the top end of the Challenger Series, the 27-year-old in red from Portugal. So a nice heat for comparison. Younger surfers, more experienced surfers versing them. And always the theme here at the Challenger Series. But Hopkins here a little earlier as well to taste the prospects of this coastline here. She's been surfing with the locals. She's been enjoying it. And certainly in tune here as she faces her prospects here in semi-final number 2.
Yeah, taking some time to come and experience South Africa. She apparently did the same thing last year too. So making the most of exploring the country that she's traveling to and getting to learn about some of the waves, and also like hanging out with some of the top local surfers like Heather Clark, multiple SA champion, also world tour vet. Yolanda went and spent some time with her, and who better to give you some insight into how the waves work and how to go and look at the Ballito Pro than someone like Heather.
Well, keeping that inside position for now is Yolanda Hopkins, and she'll chip in with the white water here. The diminutive frame, she'll attack that lip line there, and just getting bucked off by that detonating lip. Very, very crunch moment there. Meanwhile, behind a second wave of the set, will just pull a little cleaner and tighter. It'll also not quite find the bank. So small throwaway exchange in the context of what's coming at us here in semi-final number 2 this morning. But opportunity there for Hopkins. If she'd just kept that underfoot, that would have been a massive contribution to the semi-final.
Well, you want to talk critical, you don't get much more critical than that section. Wow, absolutely went for it. And I think that's one of the things Heather Clark was saying to me is this girl is not afraid to go for it. Loves the big surf. We spoke to her coach about Ericera last year on that big day. She was the only lady to paddle out and go surf it with Kanoa Igarashi. So she's turn 2 gigs. See the section bowling up, goes straight up into it. For a second there, I thought she had managed to pull it off and then just got bucked.
Wow. Big cascading lip, and Hopkins straight into attacking it. A lot of drama, but only a 1 point on the score sheet. Just a little rail wrap for Rob for the 217. So early exchange will not factor into things when we get to the result at the end of semi-final number 2. But great comparison between the two as well. Portuguese surfer Hopkins, older, more experienced. And then, of course, that young prospect of young Laura Ropp, just 19 years of age. You mentioned that Ropp is just starting her career, actually, Kai. Did go well in the Challenger Series, a 9th place. So she comes here sitting just outside that top 10 picture. Came here to Ballito ranked 11th. She will be in that top 10 discussion now on the live Challenger Series rankings. See the opportunities out in the lineup. Head high surf. That southerly breeze just fanning it in, starting to see an incoming tide as well through the course of the day. We'll keep our solid surf and a solid height to the lineup all the way through to Crown Champions. Someone that's going to be prospecting for a win here is Nadia Aristaba. She's there with Emma Smith.
Nadia, as far as matchups go in Ballito, I feel like that was one of the hardest ones. Sally has won so many heats in Ballito. Yeah, how was that heat?
Yeah, it was amazing. I had already 2 matchups before this one with Sally, and she beat me on both, one in Ericeira and another one in Huntington. So I really wanted to beat her. Like, she's one of the best competitors and surfers from the Challenger for sure. She won last year the Challenger Series, and she has the most. I think she's the most experienced one out here. So I knew I had to go big, just pick the good ones and surf as good as I can. And I think that's what I did. I got an 8-point right for the beginning, and then I was trying to back it up because she already had 2 6s. Yeah, excited to make it to my first ever final and I'll try to win.
First ever final, we're so excited. You obviously have half the job done today. Are you going to go reset and like switch off completely, or just stay in the zone for the finals?
I'll stay on the zone for the final. I'm going to watch the boys hits, which are going to be fun to watch too, and do the same warm-up as I did during the whole event, and try to be as calm as I can for the final. Just another hit and try to win it. Of course, the nerves are going to be a little bit higher, but I'll try to stay as calm as I can and try to get the trophy home.
Woo, well, you're into the finals. go get back in the zone, and we'll see you later.
Well, Nadia Eristabe campaigning on the Challenger Series. Of course, she mentioned there 2 losses to Sally Fitzgibbons. One of them was in the US Open last year, where she finished for her Challenger Series best of a 3rd. But she's into the finals here in Ballito this year. So going one better than a semi-final finish. And now the question is, who will join her? Both Ropp and Hopkins also have not made it to a final of a Challenger Series just yet. And one of them is going to go personal best. In fact, they're all going personal best, because the worst that anyone can do here is the 3rd place finish. So going to be interesting to see who goes up against Nadia Eristabe. There'll also be a natural versus goofy discussion in that final when we get there. And of course, Eristabe will just be settling her nerves. Big hit out of the lip, and that's what the judges want to see. Changing direction, going against the wind there. That peak just popping up in the lineup, and Hopkins spotting the opportunity. And that will be a much better score for her to work with here in her efforts to get to the final, Kai.
Well, taking a note out of Nadia's book there, using the backhand to go for the big singular maneuver. Permutations, looking at those live rankings. Sally out now. This lady might be able to go #1 if she wins. So big turn there. Boom. Just went straight into the lip. It's going to get her a nice score. And she's got the extra incentive now of a possible charge to the #1 spot. Wow, that was a really committed turn. Very intense section.
Fearless competitor is Yolanda Hopkins. She's been here. She's been surfing the KwaZulu-Natal coastline in the build-up to this Ballito Pro, and she'll be lending an ear as she goes back to find the rip current here on her way back into the lineup. Judges are going to throw a 5-3-3 at that. Perhaps not a heavy lip line there. It was a strong turn, and well, 5-3-3 building block score for Yolanda Hopkins here as she gets her first meaningful score of the semi-final #2.
Yeah, 5-3-3 single maneuver, not a bad effort. Just give her a bit of confidence as well. Get that sort of energy and momentum moving forward, and just a little bit of pressure on Laura Ropp. It's going to be a good heat if we get some nice peaks, some action. It's going to be interesting to see who's going to get the first score on a right-hander, because that's the first left of the day there, Giggs.
Yep, and a meaningful score, the 5-3-3. Meanwhile, young 19-year-old Laura Ropp from Brazil. A new push of talent from the Brazilian region. Of course, the men's field's dominating with multiple world titles. But on the women's side, really for a long while, just Tatiana Weston Webb representing. Of course, Luana Silva now starting to show some solid results. And that'll be inspiring young Laura Ropp as she has opportunities of her own to get to the finals of a challenger today.
She did super well on that takeoff over the bumps, comes in for a big first hack, drives another, and then good flow into the 3rd, just popping the fins a little bit on that 3rd turn for a bit of an expression point. So kind of similar to what we saw from Sally in the previous heat.
Technically clean surfing, very smooth off the rail. Gets displaces a lot of water with that top turn as well, Kai, so we'll see where the judges go with that. They'll measure that up against the 5-3-3 that we've just seen from Hopkins. You think of a lot of the rides that Sally got in the previous semi-final, those tapered walls, those clean rail swings. Sally bringing a bunch of 6s to the scorecard. Does Ropp go into the 6s? Does she come in just slightly short of that? Judges will know what they are dealing with. You see the white water as we hover over Laura Ropp here. It's boiling in there, strong waves here, bigger swell period as you mentioned, Kai, and you can get thundered upon here by waves on the way back out. And choosing to just wrangle with it is Laura Ropp. Is she going to stay with this, or she's going to turn around and head for the rip current? More waves still through the lineup here. Meanwhile, judges have enjoyed the surfing of Laura Ropp. 5.9 indications of what she's capable of out on the wave face.
Yeah, well, I said it was similar to what Sally was doing out there, and she would have watched that heat from the beach. So 3-turn combo, getting the 5.9. Good start. She goes back up into the lead. Going to look to drop that 2.17 now. But I think she knows she's not safe with those numbers. Yolanda is a really powerful surfer, and these conditions suit her. So if she can find a nice canvas, she's going to lay down some turns and get a score.
Well, Hopkins will keep it coming at us. Hollow conditions here. She just sets the rail, carves back into the power pocket, off the lip nicely there. Lower frame. She just keeps herself centered and stable as she comes out of the lip area there. A little over 20 minutes to go, and Hopkins will keep her scorecard moving in the right direction. She's going to wave goodbye to the 1-pointer here. So she's just going to keep the pace in this semi-final car. She's going to keep that pressure stacking on Laura Ropp. She's going to keep her chasing. And Hopkins will go back into the lead here as we go just under 20.
Big bottom turn. Hit a little bump on the way up. It did well to hold the rail, and then bam, just goes straight up into the lip. Nice intense surfing from the Portuguese surfer. You see here, she just hit a little bit of a wobble there, but held her line. Nice connectivity, and then big intense finish on that wave. And I can't also just help but think there's a bit of cool factor there. She's rocking the front grip.
Yep, I was just about to make that comment as well. Front grip there for the low center of gravity for Yolanda Hopkins. Of course, an O'Neill team rider. She's been enjoying being plugged in here with the O'Neills presenting sponsors again. Everybody just having a great time. The Geordie Smith movie screening a few nights ago at the Mozambique restaurant. And of course, everybody from O'Neill just really invested in showcasing the best of South African surfing, and certainly huge credit to the team at O'Neill here, Paul Canning, Mike Frew, Gary Green, and everybody else really, along with Colette Bundy from Qualification Municipality, just setting such a stage for every surf fan to enjoy here. And well, we're enjoying the scores. 6-6-7 in for Hopkins. As we mentioned and speculated, she's back in the lead, Kai. But a fair requirement now for Laura Ropp to chase.
Yeah, 6-1-1. She's going to have to up the game a little bit. But she was pretty close with that 5.9, so just needs to find a little bit more intensity in her next score. And if she follows that sort of mathematics of what she needs, she'll get there. So it's actually quite a tight heat if we think about it, Gigs.
Opportunities for a finalist between Hopkins and Ropp. Who will it be? Stay with us. We'll take a quick break from semi-final number 2. It's beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
It's surf season in South Africa. Just 5 days to go to the Corona Zero Open J-Bay 2025. Lots to keep South African surf fans and, of course, viewers around the world invested. As we said, it's surf season here, and it's a beautiful scene over Ballito this morning for the World Surf League's Challenger Series second stop on the schedule. And semi-final number 2 is out in the lineup with an intense battle between Yolanda Hopkins and Laura Ropp. Giggs and Kai for the call as we have 15 minutes remaining out in the lineup. Signs of a little bit of ruffle from that wind, but big walls for our surfers to attack out here, Kai.
Yeah, and the swell probably growing a little bit. Here comes J-Bay wildcard permutation number 350 this week. If Yolanda Hopkins goes all the way, gets 10,000 points, she'll be tied at number 1 with Vaselko and putting her hand up for the wild card.
Wow, lots to talk about here with 14.5 on the clock. Updated scores, top left of screen for you, Hopkins leading. Look at the size of these waves, Kai.
Pretty much took off in the barrel there too. Just a little bit deep on the section, but she's certainly looking to get that cover. We saw a couple of really nice barrels in the warm-up surf before we got going this morning, so we know the bank's showing signs, and I think if you find one of those big ones, could be looking at a good score. We did see a barrel yesterday in the ladies' quarters fetch an 8-point ride.
Well, there is your leaderboard on the Challenger Series. Of course, the top 10 picture, Francesca Vaselko with the winner. Newcastle is out. Fitzgibbons, we've just lost in the semi-finals. Ty Zabrowski out in the quarters here in Ballito. Yolanda Hopkins alive and well, and an opportunity to go even higher on the rankings here. Nadia Aristava already waiting as a finalist to take on the winner of this encounter between Hopkins and Laura Ropp. But Laura Ropp already climbing up to around 7th on the live ranking, so into that top 10 picture. Laura Ropp came here to Ballito ranked 11th. Care of a 9th place finish in Newcastle. So both surfers keeping their campaigns very cemented here with the second stop in Ballito.
Yeah, and it's been interesting, very different scenarios in the men's and the women's here at Ballito. We saw almost the entire top 10 and the men fade away, and a whole bunch of fresh blood come in for finals day. But in the ladies, it's been pretty much that top 10 and Rob coming in at 11, who have really kept that momentum going out of Sydney and are putting on the scores here.
Just a look into the contest area. Jorgen Kuzenet on screen. He'll be contesting one of those up-and-coming semi-finals in the men's draw. Of course, South African surf fans heavily invested as well in the up-and-coming semi-final number 1 featuring Luke Thompson. It's been a while since we've had a South African into finals day. And very exciting for the surf fans. A perfect day here in Ballito as well to crown champions. Overhead surf in the lineup. Sunshine, surf fans coming down early here to pack it in. Of course, Luke Thompson in heat prep here as he takes on Australian sensation Oscar Berry. Both of them getting personal bests here on the Challenger Series for the year thus far, Kai.
Yeah, and it's an interesting lineup. Very similar surfers. Both are big, solid units. Both are natural footers, like to go to the air. Big, powerful sort of rail surfing in the mix. So it's going to be a difficult one to call, really. I mean, all the South Africans obviously are right behind Lukey, and might just be the defining factor, having that noise and energy on the beach backing him.
Well, you look at the conditions on hand here for competition today. It's going to be an exciting set of semi-finals coming our way. But let's figure out who that other finalist is going to be. That wave was hollow and it bottomed out for Hopkins under priority. And she'll go down. She's trying to improve on the 5.33 of her own. She would have got a good rattling there from the Ballito lineup. Strong waves on the sandbar here. As you mentioned, Kai, she's been surfing in the build-up to Ballito, up and down the KwaZulu-Natal coast. You mentioned Heather Clark there, and just showing her a few of the surf spots. Mentioned that the feedback on the heavier waves on the coast here in KZN is that Hopkins is absolutely fearless. And, well, we saw her go over the ledge there, just having a dig at it. But, coming up with nothing as far as numbers go. So her numbers built with the 6.67 and the 5.33, 10.5 to go. And a very attainable 6.11 for the young, exciting surfer Laura Ropp to chase.
Yeah, and still some time on the board, 10 minutes to go, so she's got plenty of opportunity. She has got the priority as well. Some delicate warm-ups going down for Oscar Berry.
Exciting semi-final number 1 coming our way shortly. It's just 10 minutes away. Oscar Berry able to go to the air, as is Luke Thompson. They both have that exciting repertoire. Both young surfers, Oscar at 22, Luke at 21 years of age. 2 different regions of the world. And it's going to be an exciting showdown. Hard one to call as well. Oscar Berry kind of just has been in a good headspace. He's had a big grin on his face most of the event, and the Aussie camp will be behind him. But out in the lineup, 9.5 to go. Laura Ropp has the priority. 6.11. Remember her last wave of 5.9. So essentially still looking for her second meaningful score. Prior to that, just that small decimal, 2.17 in the lineup for her. Of course, we saw Laura Ropp, World Junior Champs a few seasons back, all the way to a 5th place. So she's been groomed well by the system. Of course, on her regionals, she got a QS 5,000 win last year at the Saquarema Surf Festival. So Laura Ropp's the up-and-coming name from Brazil. And we know that it's well in her wheelhouse, already a personal best on the Challenger Series thus far. And, well, opportunity to go all the way to the finals here if she can find some numbers. And then that's, of course, if Hopkins doesn't improve on her own lower score of a 5.33. 8.5 minutes to go. Lots of exciting stuff here for us in the second semi-final of the morning.
Everything you want on a finals day. A little bit of drama. Some good waves, packed beach full of screaming fans. So Ballito Pro shining on finals day here. And Laura Ropp looking for a 6.11. It's not a massive task, as you said, Giggs, but there's been a little bit of a slowdown in this heat. We had quite a quick start out the gate with both surfers getting rides. Laura's only had 2 waves, so been quite picky. And unfortunately, one of those waves was just that soft sort of cutback into the section for the 2.17. So if I look at the heat right now, Laura's probably feeling a little bit more pressure than Yolanda.
Well, either way, both surfers know how to manage the process of competition. Got to find their best 2 rides in that framework of the 35 minutes that's been set out. Again, fair heat time, considering that it is that long period swell. Kai, you spoke of those lulls in between the sets. But certainly enough time for Laura Ropp to attack the requirement and then some. You'd feel that she'd want to go even north of requirements just to keep Hopkins chasing her own numbers in the lineup as well. A little over 7 to go here. Beautiful conditions. It is the Dolphin Coast. Again, huge thanks, of course, to SMG Yamaha for their input. See this wave finding the bank here. Hopkins, hollow section in the pit. And cleanly out. That one's still rifling down the bank. Laura Ropp was on the shoulder of it, but didn't get anywhere near entry into that wave. And that will be a feel-good wave for Yolanda Hopkins. Committed to the hollow section. 5.33, just thinking of her lowest score currently in her top 2. Be interesting to see where the score lands. But that's the best feeling in surfing right there.
Yeah, you don't get much better than having a good old tube. And I like that one. She got some travel time, definitely showed commitment. You see her taking off here. Laura was just way too far down the line. Snapped up behind the section, made it through the chandelier, got a little turn in, almost buried the nose there. But the bulk of that score will come from the barrel ride. Showed a lot of commitment. She pulled in pretty deep behind the section and did really well to come through it. So I thought it was a pretty good pit.
Yep, that would have felt great. Great vision. Slow it down for the beauty of the moment, the ultimate in the sport of surfing. Couple of sections. That last one just chandeliering, and then perhaps she could have just stalled out for another second or two of barrel time, but she chooses to hit the lip, as you mentioned, just almost stuck on it. So more a feel-good wave than a counting score, we speculate. Let's see where the panel takes that. As you say, commitment to that drop, and really came under a solid lip section. So
Well,
that would have absolutely felt wonderful.
Definitely going to energize her. Like you say, no better feeling in surfing than getting that little look down the line. And there we go. That is the technical barrel riding. Takeoffs, airdrops. There was certainly an airdrop on that section, and into it, grab, no grab. Well, she wasn't on her backhand. Riding the foam ball, she was pretty deep in that section. She certainly maintained her speed control, and there was a lot of composure from her in a pretty heavy section. So ticked a couple of the boxes there.
Ticked a couple of the boxes. If anything, speed control, perhaps just a little bit. The judges loved it. The commitment to the drop and the pit itself. That first section of the barrel here at Ballito for a 7.57. And on a day like today, that not only would have felt good, but it's a big push in the right direction, because look where the requirements have moved to now for a surfer that does have priority.
Yeah, and again, you just see how late she got into this. Pulled in behind the section, disappeared for a full 2 seconds, 3 seconds there, and did very well to make it out of there. The turn really wasn't much to the score, maybe a 0.5, but the judges rewarding the commitment more than anything, and also getting that one under priority. Good positioning in the lineup.
Yeah, element of the airdrop from Hopkins, and she fell into that pit, the bottom of that barrel, very flat. She got to just steer that board downhill and through that tube. So judges see all the technical details of it. They would have wound that back for the replays a number of times. And 7.57, actually her highest score of the heat thus far. So great signs of... let's have a look at the heat recap as we'll see that tube again. It was a quick start for Laura Rupp, who got her rails working, Kai.
Yeah, some nice surfing from the young Brazilian. Bottom turn, getting the board up to the lip line, and some nice jabs of power on the front side. Slightly bigger wave here. Lovely little power hack. And then coming in for the big committed finish. That got her 6.67. And then watch this, just beautiful commitment, getting deep, holding her line, and doing well to come out of that barrel for the highest wave score here at 7.57. Turning the screws. Requirement now for the Brazilian in 8.34, and only 3 minutes to go.
Crystal clear water here of the Indian Ocean. South swell still crossing up with a little bit of east swell. You see the odd east swell coming left to right across your screen. The primary bigger waves are the new south swell coming up from beautiful J-Bay region. But Kai, as you mentioned, clock ticking away in an 8.34 requirement. This will test the mental fortitude of the young 19-year-old Brazilian. And she's motoring into position here, perhaps. No, she doesn't like the look of that. She was trying to position it. That wave just sectioning off. Primary swells marching through the lineup here. Perhaps still enough time for another set or two in the deep water. See Hopkins's activity in the lineup. 6 waves selected. First couple were just getting it turning, but certainly that 7.57 for her wave number 6 really has put a lot of pressure on Laura Rupp, who's only caught 2 waves in the lineup, Kai.
Yeah, and the really interesting thing I noticed in the wide shot as we went to that last wave of the 7.57 was that Yolanda was quite a lot deeper on the bank. Laura made a huge effort to get across and get that wave, and she could have taken off, but she actually decided to pull back, thinking maybe that she was way too far on the shoulder. But if she had pulled the priority, which was within her right, she would have blocked Yolanda on the score.
All the moving parts of competition unfolding here on finals day in Ballito. We're down to the last 90 seconds, under 90 seconds to go here in semi-final number 2 this morning. South African surf fans will be packing the beaches. We'll transition to men's semi-finals next, but getting this one to the finish line here, one of these 2 surfers will take on Nadia Aristabe in the finals here in Ballito. Right now, it's probably going to be Hopkins. If Laura Rupp doesn't pull the trigger, she's still navigating around the lineup herself here, looking for that excellent category score of the 8.34. And It's been a quiet heat. She would have perhaps wanted to stay a little busier in the lineup herself with the young Brazilian. Of course, a new push of Brazilian talent, this young teenager out of Florianopolis. Just a sign of things to come. Got a 9th in Newcastle. If she falls out now, it'll be a personal best on the Challenger Series of a 3rd place finish in Ballito. Clock is ticking, wedges moving into the lineup here at the takeoff zone. Yolanda likes the look of it, but it's the priority play here. Big requirements, hollow section, and a tube of her own there, just running out ahead of it. Perhaps some stalling would have really got her involved in that hollow section of the wave. It would have felt good, but just not deep enough in the pit there for Laura Ropp. We already know, that surf fans know, that that won't reach the 834. But all credit to the young Brazilian, as she will finish 3rd here in Ballito, Kai.
Yeah, just not deep enough on this one. Nice looking wave, and certainly there was the opportunity for a big score on it, and she could get the big closeout maneuver too. I like the turn, but never going to go to the 834. So good, valiant effort from her, not lying down, giving it a good go right till the end. But it's going to be Yolanda Hopkins going through to the finals and now eyeing out a possible #1 position on the Challenger Series.
Well, all credit to this young lady on screen. She's going to make her first Challenger Series final of the year. Of course, getting to the finals days a number of times last season as well. She finished just outside qualification at the end of last year, 8th at the year end, so she just missed out on CT level of competition. Here she is again, 5th in Newcastle, and now an opportunity to take the win. Let's have a look at how we've ended up with our 2 finalists. Of course, yesterday quarter-finalists. And, well, if you look at Yolanda Hopkins getting past Talia Swindle yesterday in the quarters, she's just got past Laura Ropp. She's going to take on Nadia Aristabe in a goofy versus natural final when we get there. Exciting stuff on the ladies' side of competition. Stay tuned, surf fans. South African Luke Thompson is about to hit the water. We'll bring in Paul Evans, Greg Emsley, and Jess Starling for the call. It's finals day in Ballito.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide,
Doesn't get better than that.
this episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor Town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
The The stunning coastline at Ballito brings the best for finals day. It all comes down to the next couple of heats. We'll be crowning champions here as we take in the scene. Bright sunshine once again, the key factor of waves. They've been delivered. We've already seen tubes go down, big turns, some peak performances. How excited are we for finals day?
I am so excited. I got up at the crack of dawn, was watching all the free surfs, really wanted to get the vibe of who was kind of in the zone for finals day. The women's put on a show for the semis. We have one final set. Men's semi-finals are going to be crazy.
Yeah, big energy, obviously, from South Africa. Luke Thompson taken to the water. Hear the waves, Greg. There's plenty out there for him. Also for Oscar Berry as well. This should be a great-looking first semi.
As promised, solid surf. We've got the offshore winds. Perfect setup for finals day. And I can't wait for this next one. Berry versus Thompson. It's going to be really good. As we see the bracket there, semi-finals. Luke Thompson, Oscar Berry in semi 1. And Jorgen Kuzene, George Patar, semi-final number 2. It's going to set up to be in 2 epic semis and then, of course, an amazing final as well.
Relatively unfamiliar for Oscar, being here in semis at such a big event. How's he going to react to this? What's he going to do?
Saw him this morning, gave him a big hug while we were getting some coffee. I was like, how are you feeling? Like, what's going through your mind? He's like, I'm just really enjoying every moment, and today's going to be a great day. It's going to be a sick heat between me and Luke, and you know, both of these surfers I feel like really similar in their game as well. Really powerful surfers, have these big moments on waves. They both have an incredible air game, but I just feel like after speaking to both of them this morning, they're just more excited to be here than anything. I mean, unfamiliar waters for both of these surfers. This is the best Challenger Series result they've both had, being here in the semi-finals. Obviously, we've got that local boy story of Luke, and then Oscar. He's kind of just been this cool, calm, collected underdog coming through this event as well. So great matchup in semi-final number 1.
Yeah, when it comes to competing on home shores, Greg, that can go a couple of ways, can't it? In terms of that pressure, all of that noise, it can actually, some surfers don't tend to do as well at home as they do when they're overseas, and others just really thrive on that. How do you strike that balance? What are the key ingredients to doing well in South Africa if you're from this part of the world?
Yeah, you've just got to keep your head down. Luke looks exceptionally focused. He was barely even sort of speaking to people this morning. He had his board and his backup board heading down towards the beach. I spoke to some of the boys that he's staying with, Luke and Connor Schlappen, as well as Dan Emsley. You know, every night they sit around the table, they play some cards, carbo, and they have some dinner. They're in bed by 8 o'clock. They're on such a good program. They obviously compete together, but they're keeping that traveling feeling of the team staying together. And he's just worked so hard this year, Luke, on just making sure he ticks all the boxes. Where can he improve? And he's working on improvements of everything. And he's doing a lot of training, competition training, and he's trying to make himself super comfortable with heats in the Challenger Series.
Yeah, kids watching, key ingredient to success. Cut down on the screen time. Play cards.
I love it.
Old school.
It is old school, and it's, you know, it's good fun, especially with your mates, and exactly that. Get rid of the screens and do some old school games. So a couple of little looks at that wave there. We've got some real energy in the lineup. A little bit of that sort of new swell morning sickness. Not totally perfect, but the power in it is just immense. There's just so much power at breaking hard on that sandbar. And, you know, there's a couple of sort of peaks. There's a peak quite close to the rocks and one slightly wider on the bank as well. I would say a solid 4 feet, and it's not going anywhere. We got swell backing it up.
Yo-Yo Hopkins is through to the final. Let's go and hear from her. She's with Emma.
Yolanda, you're into the finals, your first finals of the Challenger Series. And I know the other day your coach told you don't pull into barrels, and I feel like today you proved him wrong.
A little bit. I mean, I feel like there's a few more barrels today, and because I was quite behind, the only option was to go for the barrel, and I could see it was going to fold over. I mean, it was like a little one, and it ran across the bank quite well. I was lucky it actually gave me another turn after, so I was pretty stoked after that one.
And we know, obviously, rail surfing is your strength, but you also like the barrels. The tide's going to be a bit different by the time you surf. What's the plan going into the next heat?
I mean, again, not focused too much on the viral. But yeah, I still feel like I left a lot out there. I didn't really get the waves that I wanted to put my power turns into. So let's hope for the next heat, maybe with a bit higher tide, the walls will line up a little bit better. So maybe I could put them down.
And you do have a fin hanging off your board. When did that quite happen?
Well, it was that last wave after the buzz. I was trying to catch a wave in, and it looked like it just bowled up. And I tried to do the drop, and I think I pushed too much off my back foot, and it just popped the fin, and I lost it. And I skidded a bit off the bottom. I was like, oh, okay, that doesn't feel amazing. And then I could see the section, which is to hit, which is normally my favorite turn. And I actually didn't do it. And even my coach, when I came out, was like, oh, why didn't you do the turn? I was like, well, didn't really have a fin to do them. So yeah, it kind of popped out, but I got plenty of spare, so it's all right.
Nice, you got the spares. And you've obviously got your coach here, but you've got lots of friends and family back home. Would you like to just send them a message?
Yeah, sure. Obrigada a toda a gente que acordou para ver o meu hit. Eu acho que tem estado a correr bem. Eu espero estar a representar Portugal bem como consigo e eu espero mostrar ainda mais no próximo hit e levar a taça para Portugal. You!
Well done, Yolanda. Into the finals. Back to you guys.
An all-European final for the women. We'll see the Basque Aristabe taking on Portugal's Yolanda Hopkins, two Olympians, two surfers used to high-stakes heats. And on this tour, they won't come any bigger than a final here at Ballito. Really looking forward to that matchup. We're going to see a bit of power, plenty of that controlled aggression. Those two surfers, hopefully they'll provide us something really, really special. We'll have a worthy champion at the end of that.
Yeah, they've both been the two females in this event who have found that rhythm best at thinking back to the round of 32, Nadia's performance in that, where she just was kind of chasing her tail and then all of a sudden clicked into this gear. And since about then on, she's been untouchable, where Yolanda, she's just been really consistent through all of her rounds so far. I'm not surprised that the final does look the way it does, just because those two ladies, out of all the performers we've had on the female side at this event here, they've just looked so comfortable with this lineup and in tune with this wave, and that's really given them an advantage in this competition so far. So great looking women's final coming up later today.
Who do you fancy?
I'm going to put my money, I think, maybe not my money, but I think Nadia. From that round of 32 when she got that 8, she just looks like she's just not really phased by much. She's surfing a heat on her own, where I feel like Yolanda, she loves the competition, so she'll be feeding off scores of each other, but I'm going to say Nadia.
Craig?
Well, I've already said Nadia. I said yesterday Nadia. I said the day before.
Guys,
did.
Don't fall out, please. Let's keep it cordial. You can both have Nadia. I can see Yo doing something really, really special here.
Yeah.
I can just see it all panning out for her. I think she's got loads more to give. We've seen excellence from Nadia, but I think we're going to see plenty more from Yo. As we watch our first semi for the men, Thompson and Berry. No waves ridden as yet. They're sort of shadow boxing a bit out on the peak.
How's the set approaching though?
Some energy here. Let's see who's in position. The insiders with the low call. Thompson, he'll go. South Africa, big wave for him in Ballito. Doesn't quite get to accelerate off that initial section, though. That wave stood up, looked solid. It's actually a little bit fat. So not exactly the entry he would have wanted. And we'll get a priority assignment for Oscar Berry, the Australian.
Yeah, those bigger ones can just sort of break a bit further out. Again, even though we got solid surf on offer, you've still got to do quite a bit of hunting around the lineup. Some of those bigger ones might go fat. You might get that double up one that pushes in on the bank, has a good run on it. You've still got to work this lineup, and you know there's a couple of peaks. There's a deep one that's really good. There's a wide one that lines up and runs down the bank. So you've still got to mix it up. You've got to move up and down this lineup, in my opinion.
We've also seen a couple of those mid-size inside ones really hug that bank nicely and have that big end section turn that the judges have just been kind of licking their lips for all week. If you can get one of those solid turns out the back and then combo it up with a really nice one through that inside section, even if it's a mid-size wave, we've seen them go 6s and above all week, and this is kind of where both of these guys have been really finding their scores, their backup scores, and then building is pretty much on those mid-sized ones. Thinking of Luke Thompson yesterday against Eli right in the last 5 minutes, found one of those mid-sized ones, bettered his situation again. So I won't be surprised if we see both of these guys obviously take a set wave each and then start swinging, especially Luke, now that he's had, you know, we've got priority established, start swinging for those mid-sized ones that just bowl up and have that really nice copped out wall.
We've crunched the numbers to bring you live rankings. Let's have a look and see exactly where we are with the men on the Challenger Series. So this is as of the start of this heat. You can see Oscar Berry, he's moved up at the moment in 5th. Luke Thompson 8th right there. So interesting to see our semi-finalists. That's the 4 of them.
It's amazing how they've all bunched up from 5 to 8. That's just, I mean, that must be a stat that's almost impossible to get to. All 4 of your surfers remaining in the event go from 5 to 8. That's pretty cool.
It's really cool, and one of them's going to make a massive jump up. I mean, I feel like we're going to see this chop and change again once we decide who our finalists are. I mean, think one of those 4 surfers is going to have 10,000 points in the next couple hours, and we know how much a win can help putting yourself towards that championship tour. So looking like, though, Oscar might have taken away. Priority is back with Luke Thompson.
So a little bit of a slow start for a highly anticipated heat. Look at that one running down the bank. You know, it's still a bit tricky out there, but there are going to be those moments. You know, there's going to be those special moments where a surfer can capitalize on a very big score in this lineup. In my opinion, there is the tube ride out there. We've just come off that low tide. We've got offshore winds, but nothing's guaranteed. You got to, you know, it's a little bit of a lumpy lineup. It's a new swell. It's moving around. It's got a lot of power in it, but it's not totally perfect.
Yeah, just those 2 waves, low scoring rides, but 2 of the biggest waves we've seen ridden all event, right? So the swell really peaking for finals day here, but bigger, not always better in terms of quality.
No, those waves were really quick, and you could tell they were really deep behind them, but it was one of those things where I think they were both like, we can't not let these waves go. I mean, if not, we would have had a heat restart. We've got this heat underway. It's pretty much 1 for 1. Right now, it's 1-1 between the 2 of them, but it is advantage Luke at this point because the fact that Oscar didn't convert on that first wave, it takes that pressure off Luke to feel like he has to answer back. So pretty much an even playing field right now with both of these 2 small scores, 20 minutes to get rid of them for both of these surfers. Luke, obviously, with priority, you'd have to think now, thinking, all right, I've got a chance to really get the upper hand for this real proper first exchange now that priority's established again. So Oscar, maybe a bit of an opportunity missed there with Luke pulling the trigger on that first wave and not having that wall, but that's all right. We're expecting a pretty good showdown to go down between these 2.
So Luke Thompson just making a move here. You know, these guys will sort of have a look at all these bumps, all these opportunities, and Oscar, he decides he'll have a look. So it's a nice mid-sized wave, good wall on it, deep off the bottom, whacks a beautiful, strong first maneuver, comes around, slices into a tail release, and gets a 2-turn combo, and that will be points on the board. You see a little mackerel swimming through that wave, a couple of mackerel further out. We call it the bait fish, cruising on top of the water. And as the birds, the sort of seagulls and the gannets swoop over them, you see that little splatter every now and then. A small little fish, but yeah, we call it the bait fish.
Chatting to Oscar this morning, his word for word said, good for a couple slaps out there this morning, and that was a pretty good first turn on that wave. And then really, you could tell he was trying to push hard on that second section there, knew that it was tapering off. But this real cupped out wall, these are these mid-sized ones we were talking about, unleashes on that first turn there. It's been this real trademark power turn for this event so far. And then getting a little bit of spice on that second one, trying to release the fins, push that a little bit harder. I think both of these guys know the stakes of this event, this heat, between each other. They've probably both been 2 of the most informed surfers of this event. They've definitely been exciting to watch. So when we saw this semi-final come up, it's just so evenly matched, considering just the paths that they've had through this event so far. They've both been kind of mirroring each other, actually. So you can tell even Oscar, just on that last carve, instead of just pulling it all the way back for a roundhouse, he pushed that little bit harder just to throw a little bit of variety in there.
Good number already showing here for sparky surfing from Oscar Berry. Showed a bit of fizz, some energy on the way that Luke Thompson declined. And that decision Is it vindicated or will we scrutinise it? 5, 6, 7. So a good mid-range number. Luke letting that go. How does he respond to that now with this priority? It'll really be dictated by this swell. Meanwhile, Oscar will say, I'm going to stay in motion here. And he's found himself another wave wider and inside. He'll just swoop off the bottom and kick out. Thompson likes the look of what he sees. He'll go in the tube. He's deep and he gets in, gets cover, comes out, adjusts his line, a big swing, throw in loads of spray. The crowd absolutely loving that as he disappears and re-emerges. The South African Luke Thompson getting in the tube here in fun conditions. Greg Emsley's getting really excited here in the guest chair. Did you like that one, Greg?
Oh, no,
I don't think so.
Cool. That was, I mean, I kind of felt like I was surfing that wave with him. It was like really good positioning. That was a deep tube, let's be honest. And he came out in just an awesome wrap. And I was just watching this lineup. It goes through stages where you've kind of, you know, you saw the beginning part of the heat. There was a bit of bump on the water, and the ocean's got that mood today where it has these moments where you just got to sit and wade through it, and then it cleans out, and then these sort of waves come through. This was close to the rock, backdoors that section, nice and hollow, and then jams into that second maneuver. I mean, that was well put together, and that would have looked good from that VIP stand, the judges as well. It was close to the rock, and it really bowled out. I love how he took off and actually went backdoored into that section. So straight away getting deep on that tube.
Yes, super hollow, really wide barrel as well. And then to come out and just push as hard as he did on that turn, I mean, that's going to be a great score for Luke. And it's such a great way to keep your nerves calm and answer back. And, you know, you can get a little bit frantic watching your competitor catch a couple waves, bank some scores under your priority. But the fact that he kept his cool, found that wave and executed as well as he did, that's going to be a massive confidence booster for Luke at this point in the heat.
That's going to be a very interesting and telltale score, because there's quite a few of waves like that, and maybe even better shape with that tube ride opportunity up and down this lineup. So we'll see where that goes, because that's going to be on offer all day with the building swell. There's a hollow sandbar here, and there's going to be those solid tube rides. I've watched a few this morning on offer.
We're underway here with our first semi for the men. Luke Thompson's number is in 6.67. So a point on what Oscar Berry was able to do from under priority. Time for a quick break. Here it is, the local, the South African, in the lead at the moment. One wave apiece. More live action from finals day at the Ballito Pro right after the break.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking, surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill. There's such a vibe down here on the beach. He's already had a barrel. All of these people have come down to support their local hero surfer, Luke Thompson. such a vibe. Looks like another set's lining up. So looks like 3-4 waves in the set. So back to you guys.
Thanks, Mike. Love that energy. Luke will look to harness those vibes, see if he can get himself into the final. He's in motion here with speed and whip off the top. Loads of spray dispersed into the morning sunshine. Has a look around that wave, runs into the channel and ends somewhat abruptly. A number will come his way already in the leads, getting the better of the earlier exchange. Opting for a deep tube. Couple of turns from Berry. They look quite frisky though, and he'll be ready now with that prio. Just try and get hold of something of real quality, just unleash. Really nicely poised this one. Enjoying to see some patience on display and some precision as well.
Yeah, really nice first turn there. So much water coming off the back of that turn. Just hit a bit of deep water on through that inside section. We've seen that kind of happen the last couple of days with this swell, where sometimes those deeper ones have this super hollow barrel, like we saw that 667 of Luke, but then coupled with the turn waves go into this deeper water. Oscar Berry though, looking here.
Here's Oz, big hit off the top, and then he pumps really nice inside wall. He's been so good on that section all week. On this occasion, it was a super committed turn. That thing was gargling top to bottom and won't get there. Just something of an eyebrow raised in terms of the consistency he's had throughout the week here with those turns. It's been a big point earner for him.
Yeah, that was a score gone begging there for Oz. I mean, he's been so consistent with those big power turns all week. You know, I feel like we haven't really seen him fall on one of those turns, but maybe you could see a potential little hesitation into his bottom turn, looking a little bit tall as he was coming into that second turn. Came round, so much water off the back. This here almost just looked like he hesitated for 1 second, tried to get there super late and just came down with the convergence there and came off the back of his board. But just showcasing how much power he's got behind him here. Lays into that turn, comes down, potentially a bit straight-legged and just knocks him off his feet there with that one. But that's exactly the type of surfing he needs to do to solidify a spot in the final here.
Yeah, Oscar looked really dangerous on that one. He was heading towards a good score. I thought he had it. I mean, it looked like he was, you know, going to pull that maneuver quite comfortably. And as you mentioned there, just that little bit of hesitation. You know, I was almost going to say still plenty of time in this heat. It feels like there is, but looking at the clock, 9:30, it's really gone nowhere. It's flown by, and yeah, not that many waves ridden compared to other heats through competition.
I think with those two turns as well, that score would have asked excellence. I mean, it was a set wave. He really laid into those turns, massive maneuvers right in the critical part of the wave. So you'd hate for that to be the moment that Oz is going to look back on and be like, if I just had made that turn, I would have made that heat. So hopefully he can find himself another couple of opportunities. But you can see there Timmy Mack working with George. That's who Oscar's working with again. And then all the boys, that Aussie contingent on the beach, just cheering on their mates. It's been a pretty cool unit travelling on the Challenger Series this year, and all of them just really good mates.
George Pitard will be taking on Jourdain Cousinet in the second semi-final, about 8.5 minutes time. It's the vagaries of that whitewater explosion. That's a risky turn. That's why it scores highly. The flip side of that, of course, is you never exactly know what that bounce is going to do. I like to see the risk taken. What you don't want to do is get out there in a semi on the Challenger and play safe. Surf within yourself. He's not doing that. I think absolutely the right approach. Let's just give more waves to each of these.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as soon as these guys are on their feet, they're entertaining. I mean, I've loved watching Luke lay into some turns, love watching Oscar do it. We've got, you know, you ask, you shall receive, Paul.
Berry will clip a turn off the top on a rail, and there's the sting to finish. He'll just make sure he balances and rides out. Pushing pretty hard and not waiting very long at all in the lineup. From under the priority of Luke Thompson, finding himself a deeper wave, getting a couple of turns done. Meanwhile, bit of a bomb here. Thompson having a look. Gives it a paddle because he knows Barry's on the inside, so he can swing the arms and make a late call whether he wants to go. Decided not to, then he'll just review that decision as he watches the wave go down the line.
You can tell by looking at the screen right now and just how much both of these surfers want it. I mean, they're giving it their 110%. Luke looking at that wave thinking, should I go, should I not go? Oz knowing he needs a 4 and just getting one of these waves where he can just go, thank you very much. There's a 2-turn combination. And you can tell almost a little off kilter coming out of that turn there. I mean, he got the ride out, which is exactly what he was looking for, but you can tell how much these guys both want to be in the final. It's like they're fighting right now for a spot, not only with each other, but with themselves as well. So maybe a little bit of nerves coming into play in these semis as well, but I just love the passion that you can feel through the screen in this heat.
Hey, Greg, we saw Luke having a look, being selected there so far. One deep tube, and then a wave that went a bit soft. What exactly is he looking for his next wave? What's in his mind?
I think he probably wants to know what score Oscar's going to get here and see what he's going to need to go back to first, because I feel Oscar's going to get that. There it is, a 5-point ride. So Oscar goes to first. So Luke Thompson now needs a 4-point ride, which is a bit of a funny score to need. You've got to be careful with 6 minutes to go because, you know, 2 basic maneuvers are going to give you that score from what I'm seeing today. He's got to realize that. I fear that he's going to sit and wait and go too big, and that could also be a problem. I just think he's got to find a wave that he can surf, a wave with a decent wall. Doesn't have to be the very best throating barrel type wave. Just find something that you can surf and push a 5 or close to a 6, and that will put pressure back on Oscar. That's what I'm thinking.
I think the ocean's going to come into play big time. Obviously, I know that's a big obvious, but in consideration in these last 5 minutes, I think you're right, Greg. I think Oscar's going to look to maybe keep swinging and keep trying to build on his lineup and just get those mid-sized ones and start really pushing. Seems like his confidence is building, and then I think Luke is going to sit and wait and try and find one of those set waves and really just push as hard as he can. But there is risk in that. I mean, we saw it with Oscar on his 367 that he went down on that second wave. There's risk in going those big waves, but when it comes off, I mean, big scores come from it, these big moments that we've seen through all events. So I know it's obvious, but I really do think whether or not the waves come through ocean and the rhythm of the ocean is really going to play into these last 5 minutes.
All right, another question. Who's better placed here? Who would you rather be? Going off the scoreboard.
Honestly, I don't think I'd just be so nervous to be either.
Both surfers have big opportunities in this one. But Thompson up and riding, big wrap off the top. Loads up. Slices vertical into that turn. That's a huge turn. Gets the combo. He must hold it. He doesn't, but enough done, I think, on that. Those turns had so much spray. He needed to finish that to really put that nail in the coffin, in my opinion.
It's a 4-point ride. I mean, it's definitely in the 4-point ride. It's ticked that box, but I feel like that score's going to come in similar to what we've seen of those 5s of Oscars. I've been humbled multiple times, though, so I could be completely wrong, but it's going to leave a door open for Oscar with time on the clock. So we've got a battle in this heat. They're going back and forth. This is exactly what we were expecting from these two surfers. It was never going to be one who was going to run away with it. They're both going to fight.
I think this is going to be a good score. Let's forget about that fall. Watch this turn, a beautiful wrap. And then watch how much spray comes off that maneuver, vertical. So forget about the fall. Those two maneuvers have to be, you know, two of the more committed maneuvers we've seen today. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes towards the 6. You know, I mean, that score, you know, from the judge's angle, it's a big wave, vertical on those maneuvers. And if they, you know, turn a blind eye to the mistake at the end and look at those two maneuvers, compared to, say, the 5 that Oscar got on his last wave, sort of two well-placed maneuvers, a little bit badly timed on that last one, you would say. I would say those two maneuvers are quite a bit bigger than the 2 that Oscar did on his 5.
It will be advantage Luke Thompson, certainly, when he gets back to the lineup to collect second prior with about 3 minutes to go. Let's get more energy here for Oscar to get him into action as well, setting up for an exciting finish. Another look here.
Yeah, this was a really nice wave. I mean, he almost took off left, faded to come into this turn. Really beautiful, strong rail carve. This turn, though, this had a lot of power behind it, timed it perfectly in the pocket there. A lot of foam to deal with on this one, so that would have been a pretty hard turn to ride out of, considering the lump, the bump, the foam, but it was going to be a good score. I mean, 6.77, he's got the lead back, and now he's making Oscar really ask a question. He needs a 7.77. It has to be the best wave of the heat. So basically, it needs to be those 2 big turns with the make for Oscar Berry.
Yeah, solid score. I think if he had made that last turn, it was just looking at that replay, I was saying that's got to be an 8 or an 8.5, coming in at a 6.77 with on those 2 maneuvers. So that was good scoring for me. Probably the 2 almost best turns of the heat put together on that wave.
Here we go again. Thompson will slice.
Wow.
And then he'll go over a meaty section, so much wider on the bank. Look at the energy. He's found the bigger and better waves, doubtless, in this. He's turned them into a lead. He ain't hanging around. He'll catch another. While Oscar Berry, at the apex of the peak, will have to continue to be patient. And he's just firing up the crowd here, Luke Thompson. But staying ultra committed on the rail. Think about the surfing, no real downtime.
So this is that wide peak that I spoke about. So he finds this big, wide, drawn-out wall and gets 2 huge hammers. And that was a seriously solid wave down on that end peak and really driving through that first turn. I love how he's wrapping those maneuvers back into the pocket, free falls out of that lip. And that is going to be another solid score. Comes in. What are we looking at?
7.5. That's Luke's mum on screen. She's very happy about that one. And, you know, it feels like it has shades of Geordie Lawler at Narrabeen last year when it was the local boy and everyone came down the beach to support them. And Luke, he's got that exact same storyline here at Ballito. His mum down here, both of his parents, all of his mates, the entire country behind him right now. And he's just been going strength to strength, especially in these last 5 minutes. He's really kept his cool and found these opportunities. And now it looks like the ocean is a little quiet with 30 seconds on the clock for Oscar Berry.
Oscar Berry's requirement 8.6. So that's nudged up just shy of a point from what he needed. But the significant point is just time running out here. 20 seconds. And he's seen maybe a bit of energy. He'll just try and connect, see if he can put himself in position. Let's see if this wave gets here in time. And he surfed really well in this, but the rhythm of the ocean from Luke Thompson of South Africa has been superior throughout all of the exchanges. A really well-surfed event from Oscar Berry. He's given a great account of himself. He'll be absolutely stoked with a 3rd place finish, but not as stoked as South African surfers will be with a final at the Ballito Pro for Luke Thompson. And he'll be absolutely delighted with that. What a moment for this young man. He'll be into the final here. A huge moment in his career.
Absolutely massive. I've got goosebumps. The beach is just going wild. The whole water patrol there on screen was going wild. His mates, Mom Dean, will be so excited. And yeah, what a cool storyline. I mean, Luke Thompson's worked so hard in this event. He's been flawless. He's actually been the standout surfer, in my opinion.
Luke Thompson keeps the beach in full voice here. He's through to the final. Who's he going to face? It'll either be George Pitart or Jorgan Cousinet. 2nd semi coming at you live from Ballito right after this.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by O'Neill, the official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro.
On finals day, and the froth is real for the South African supporters here. Absolutely stoked to see their guy Luke Thompson through to final as we'll pick up France's Jorgen Cousinet on a bit of a wobbly wave. He will just exit after doing a bit of work on the face. Meanwhile, George Pittard wields a sharp blade. First turn, really nice. Second one is crisp as you like. High risk surfing, critical in a really steep pocket. It's going to be a good number and a great start for George.
How he didn't bury that rail on that finishing turn. It was in the water as he was going down.
George had no business making that last maneuver.
Not at all.
I can't believe that degree of difficulty. 100%. That was insane. We'll get that replay shortly, but I mean, those were two huge maneuvers. The draw he gets on those first turns, how much spray comes off his board on that rail, and then that exciting finish. How he held that maneuver was just insane. Such a heavy hitting section as well.
So our second semi featuring Australia's George Pittard, who has been building incredible momentum, and he was pretty honest and open about sort of where he was with his surfing and the disappointment of being cut. Here he is, going pretty well against Jorgen Cousinet of France. Beautiful surfing here.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Greg, gets so much projection and space off that first turn. As he came down on that second turn, his rail was in the water. His board was going down. How he reacted so quickly off that. I mean, George, that was impressive.
On an emotional level, the score will come in, but I think we've seen more sort of interaction between him and the beach, whether that's the panel, whether that's the mates, in this event than maybe we've seen in the last couple of years from him. He's really felt like he's got something there, and he's drawing on that emotional element to his surfing, and it's working really well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's just... It's nice to see him so vulnerable and be so open about his journey and some of the, down moments he had, because it's not all sunshine and rainbows. It's an incredible life that these guys live, but there's so many highs and lows that come with competitive surfing. And being cut off the tour, it would have stung a lot, but the fact that, and then to not have, the best start to the year at Newcastle, but then to come here and yesterday afternoon almost get emotional saying, I have a goal that I've set for myself to be on the podium at least once this year. He's so close to getting to it.
Does sound emotional, but I mean, he doesn't look that emotional out there. He looks quite amped.
No, he's crying right now.
I mean, I loved that first turn and that the passion. He's pumped, as you mentioned, and those two turns would have felt really good. Good little setup for him for the start of the second semi.
Interesting start of the heat. 6.5 in for him for that surfing. So the judges going just above that mid-range. Get another look here, just how critical this stuff is.
Yeah, that first draw, the amount of distance he covers on that turn, and wow, how he held onto that landing. It's just epic, and he knows that feels good. And a good start for him as well. The 6.5, a nice rounded number, a good score to start, in the first couple of minutes of this heat. I love this final day. I love what I see. I love the waves. I love the energy, the power. There's a little bit of wildness to the ocean. It's got that thickness, that new swell look, and I think it's just perfect for what we want to see on finals day. And what I've just got to say a shout out to Trav Logie, tours and competition manager. I mean, he's together with John Hutchinson. He's the surf director of the Ballito Pro. And let's also throw in Surfline. I mean, they've got it 100% right. They have not put a foot wrong in this event. You think about every day, they've picked the best out of it, and we are on finals day with semis and finals, low tide pushing, offshore winds, and probably the best waves of the competition. They've got it just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't actually generate the swell, though, to be fair, did they?
They did, actually. It's this new technology they've come up with. It's crazy.
Interestingly, Jorgen gave a shout-out to Poseidon in one of his last post-heat interviews. But, sometimes it all just comes together sweetly. You pick the dates, you look months out in advance. And it just so happens that the final day, Sunday, turns out with the biggest and best conditions.
Yeah, but you think about the first 2 days, we got 2 full days, then we got the best of a couple of half days. We had a big storm where we called it off, came back in the afternoon, the sun was out, great waves. I think they've got it spot on.
Pitar from deep here, swinging again, giving it loads.
Oh.
And he'll just whip and hang himself up and disappear. So Kuzene on the shoulder there, had a look. Pitar getting all up in his grill, going past him in the lineup, going deeper, and then streaking past him at full throttle on a wave that had loads of energy. Here's the Kuzene reply. It's risky surfing. It's a solid wave. It's a short ride.
So Jorgen Kuzene, think about where his head is at right now. He started yesterday slowly, but he took off and just got one big hit. The judges went 6. They loved the size of his turns. And what has he done here? He's done that one big hit again, really actually thrown even more at it into that lip. Watch the section. Right up into it, really getting extended, and he looks happy. So he's asking the question, well, if it was a 6 yesterday, what are we getting today?
Yeah, he really free fell from that section. And then George, this was great wave selection, came round through the inside. It had another bowl, but just getting hung up at the top there. So a lot of pressure on that back foot for George and not getting the completion. There's so much time left in this heat, but Jorgen, to me, he's been super impressive. I mean, all competition, whether it's, you know, winning a heat in the first 5 minutes or finding the scores in the last 10, he's really had his back up against the wall or come out charging. He's gone through so many different scenarios and made it this far. He's really been a great all-round competitor so far at Ballito. And when you see his name in this semi-final, you have to think that he's going to get some big numbers.
Whatever the conditions of finals there, it's always exciting because there's so much at stake. But the thing that I think we're already taking away this morning, I'm really enjoying, to pick up on that word you used, wild. It is a little bit wild out there. There is something slightly raw about the energy from the ocean, but about the surfing as well. And you can see these two high-quality surfers being challenged, and there is risk to everything they do. It's so entertaining with that extra jeopardy involved.
I mean, I hate to talk about my morning too much, but I actually was first in the water just down the beach. And I got a little bit slammed.
Out there.
I got a little bit slammed this morning. I actually pulled into one tube and it threw me up in the lip and slammed me. And I went, wow, there's a serious attitude in the ocean this morning. I felt it, and I thought this is going to be a good finals day. It's going to really throw that power at our surfers and give them those big opportunities for these big numbers.
Good number for Jorgen, 6.07. He'll go backhand here and just kind of skid out. So that goes a little wrong for him, just wanting to stay in motion, but crucially staying in touch with the score that George dropped. Is 6.5 for the first wave, so slightly under, but right up there with it. This one really nicely poised already.
Yeah, it's great confidence to know that you can get 6s for one turn. We haven't really seen someone as consistent as Jorgen be able to drop 6s for one maneuver. So the fact that so many people could be like, oh, I need a 6.5, I probably need to get 2 turns. He does not. He needs one section to get scores. So I'm excited to see this next exchange between these two and see who can really push that little bit extra harder whilst keeping their calmness about it, keeping their head. So this is going to be a really great 24 minutes.
I love the fact that Jorgen has identified that as well. I mean, he's surfing towards that. He's known that he's got those scores and he's seen that opportunity. He has a big section. Should I quickly, use this opportunity, hit that section, get a 6 at the start of the heat? He's done exactly that. So, I mean, good strategies, right?
Highly entertaining second semi. Who's going to the final to face the South African Luke Thompson? An historic moment this here at the Ballito Pro. We've been gushing about the quality of the surfers that have won this event down the years and all of the history. But right now, as we look at the present day and just see the caliber of surfing that we're witnessing, some of these different stories and journeys that unfold as surfers look to go either back to the CT if they've already been there or get there for the first time. All available to be written in terms of the next chapter of pro surfing here at the Ballito Pro. 23 on the clock right now. And the balance, the tension really in this heat. Those 6s locked in. We know both of these can bring us loads more. Priority is with Australia's George Pitar. And that's why Cuisinet of France will be a little busy here and just kind of buzz around, has a look from deep. That one will just taper off, but he's probing, he's prodding.
Yeah, under priority, you know, he does have the freedom to move around. And actually where that wave came, that Jorgen just looked at now, it sort of tapered a little bit, not too much wall, but that's exactly where we saw Luke Thompson get that tube ride for in that previous semi. Was slightly closer to the rock. So there are those opportunities. It's quite nice under priority that you can hunt up and down the beach and find those opportunities. So 6.5 plays off a 6.07 at the start of this heat. George Patar with the upper hand, and he's obviously got the priority as well. Still got over 20, just on 22 minutes remaining in this one.
Time to go in here from Luke Thompson. He's into the final here at Ballito. He's with Mike Frew.
Luke Thompson, in 2019, you were 15 years old and you came here and you won the Pro Junior. Now, this week was your 21st birthday and you're into the final of the Challenger Series. How do you feel?
Jeez, yeah. It's a lot of emotions, a lot of hard work, and just like, yeah, lots of hardship put into this. Yeah, job's not done yet, but yeah, it just feels so good to make the final here at home turf. Got the whole South African crowd behind me, and it's amazing. I mean, my whole career started 30 minutes from here, so to get the opportunity to be in the final here, yeah, it's a major stepping stone for me in my career, and yeah, just honoured.
Luke, that big wave that you got the massive hit on towards the sort of second half of the heat, you said that your coach QJ was actually whistling you onto that one. How did you hear that among all the supports on the beach?
Yeah, Flip, I kind of know his whistle, and we kind of had a little bit of a plan if I was under prior, and as soon as I heard him whistle, I kind of knew what to do. And just saw this peak coming towards me, and I was like, oh my gosh, this looks like a good wave. It went a little bit flat, but I knew I was going to have a big closeout that I just needed to try tag. So I got a little first turn in and then just tried to go hard into the closeout and then try to stay on my feet, bit of tippy toe action. But yeah, as soon as I rode out of that, a lot of emotions came out. Pretty gas paddling back out, but yeah, Flip, it's a big moment.
And then finally, Luke, thousands and thousands of people lining the beach, and they've come down to watch you today. It's the busiest we've seen the beach, the whole Ballito Pro, and we've got a South African in the final.
Yeah, Flip, thanks to everyone supporting, everyone down here watching. I can feel it. It's firing me up. And yeah, just massive thanks to everyone. The support is crazy. I'm feeling it in so many ways, and I've been feeling it the whole week. And yeah, just love all you guys.
Well, Luke, all the best. Good luck for the final, and hope to chat to you later. Back to you guys.
Shot, Mike. Luke Thompson is high on life, but as he mentioned, the job is not done. He's into the final. Who's he going to face? It'll be one of the pair currently in the water. And we haven't added to points in the interim. The tension, that's ratcheting up a bit as well. You can almost feel the nerves really coming through here as we see some energy delivered out of this fresh swell built overnight. You can see the size of this wave that George Pitart will paddle into, and he'll hammer the first turn. Really vertical surfing. That's a great hit from him on a steep section, and then wrap the rail, the speed throughout. And good intensity onto and inside again. Another little look over the shoulder back towards the beach as he finishes on the inside, feeling pretty good about life.
I love how revved up George is getting. I mean, we've seen this energy consistently from him throughout all of his heats so far. I mean, those first two turns, they were super critical on one of the biggest size set waves we've seen come through this heat so far. I mean, look at this beautiful bottom turn straight into the lip on that first section. But this one here had something about it that was just a little bit extra, so much water off the back, and then goes to those rail carves that are just so textbook and clean. They're kind of his trademark move, and then took this one all the way through the inside. Feel like when you feel those waves and you have those moments where like that wave felt really good from start to finish, and he's probably thinking, I just need to belt this and get a score, but he just stayed so composed and looked like he just had so much fun. And look at that massive, excellent score. It's an 8.67 in this heat. That's a massive number.
Biggest score of the day, and paddling into that wave, it looked like something out of Hawaii, like a fun day at Haleiwa mixed with maybe a bit of off the wall or something. Just had that look about it. So check this out. Paddling into it, that wind blowing off the offshore, almost like a trade wind, deep off the bottom, rips off that first section, comes off the bottom again, and then this turn, slices so strong. And then there's more. Comes around, pulls that rail, trademark maneuver for Patar, and then into the inside, slices, and into the finish. So well put together. Textbook surfing. George Patar, watch out. That is solid surfing.
Massive number for Patar, the 8.67. You can see exactly why. The 6.5 that he got early on, first wave of the heat, the judges just being a little careful with the scale, leaving themselves room for exactly that reason, that sort of surf, and he goes into a commanding lead here. He's put a big requirement on Cousinet of France, 9.1. It's what the Frenchman's after. He's going to get into the final. Find out if he does that when we return from break.
We are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. I'm down here on the beach for the second of the men's semi-finals. We've got George Patar out in the lead. His last wave, solid 8.67. Jackson Baker with the Aussie support crew on the beach supporting George out there. How's this heat going?
Oh yeah, he's done well. He's used his priority really well there. Best wave, from what I've heard of the morning so far. So 8.67, 4 big turns. He's in a great position. I think he's got Jorgen needing like a 9 something now, but I mean there's still plenty of time on the clock, but he's in a great position.
Couple of set waves coming. What would his strategy be for the rest of the heat from this point?
I think it had happened a lot in the last heat. There was actually a lot of wide ones. You could probably sit down under priority. So, but I think he looks like he's pushed up, kind of putting a bit of pressure on Jorgen up the point. But I mean, we all know Jorgen. Anyone in the semi-finals of a contest can get a 9. So he's definitely not safe. But I know he's surfed a very good heat to this point.
Thank you, Jackson. So lots of energy down here on the beach and support for George Patar from his fellow countrymen. Back to you guys.
The Aussie crew pretty happy about the way this one's shaping up thus far. Still time on the clock though, as Jacko mentioned. Jorgen in the hunt for a 9.1 currently.
I think as well, in the context of this heat, Jorgen getting a 6 for 1 turn, you'd have to think if he got 2 of those, it's got to go excellent. We saw a similar situation yesterday in his quarterfinal with Liam O'Brien. Got that 6 for 1 big turn and then came back and did 2 and got an 8. George got a really nice carve in the break here. Went for something pretty special, but just couldn't hold on. A lot of water to deal with on that one. But you're right, Greg. It kind of has shades of Hawaii.
Just with that you know, the southwesterly wind that's come up a little bit. Almost looks like that trade wind, and also with the new swell that's filled in. It's, you know, a bit of water moving around. It definitely has that little look to it. Eh? I love it. I love that look. A nice strong look, giving the surfers such big opportunities to push those big turns.
In terms of Jorgen and his mindset, where he is at the moment, a big number. How do you deal with that in terms of in your own head, not think too much about, wow, I need to go really big here? How do you turn that into an opportunity to really bring out your best?
Well, you've got to look at, you know, what you've done.
Not easily.
Yeah, not easily. You've got to look at what you've done, though. He got an 8.5 yesterday for those 2 turns, and so his surfing's there. He's got to be feeling that his surfing's there. To me, he's just going to, I would say he's going to look for that good size wave. He knows he needs a big wave, so he's going to wait for that. And he's going to take off and just throw those huge turns into it. Again, like I said yesterday, you asked me a similar question in his heat. I said he's got to just go and surf, right? Again, today he's got to find that wave and surf it. Don't go and try and over-surf it and try and do something that you only make sort of 10% of the time. Just do the turns that he makes, those big, strong turns.
Bit of vigorous repositioning here into the lineup. He's found himself in a good spot. Jorgen will look to try and get down the line, and a massive wave will stretch out and dump. And you saw George much wider, giving it the full outboard motor as well, trying to get there. Both of them showing keen interest in that wave, and now a little bit of disgruntlement on display from Jorgen. And you can see he's a little bit rattled here with just the fact that he thought that would be his moment to get back in. And it did look like it set up pretty nicely. Didn't look like an obvious closeout. As soon as he got to his feet, it ran away. So now he's got to deal with a little bit of frustration as well. He's got the scoreboard pressure and he's under priority here. And I suppose the obvious thing to do will be try and find something now. Stay in motion. Don't sit there and think about your predicament too much. Get surfing. 10 minutes and 40 to go. But in terms of George Pitart, he'll be enjoying exactly what just happened, as we see contemplation from Nadia Aristabe, taking on some final instructions. She'll know a lot about her opponent. She seems pretty happy and relaxed and calm, Jess.
Yeah, she does. She seems just that she's enjoying herself. Doesn't look like there was a lot of pressure on her shoulders or that she was super nervous or freaking out. She just seemed pretty content with where she was in the day, and she's got a final coming up against Yolanda. I know we touched on it earlier, but I just think those two women were just, as far as rhythm with the ocean, they're probably the two most informed surfers with that. I mean, just being so connected with what's going down in the heat, and Yolanda breaking it down with her coach, and you can see she just looks eager to get out there.
Well, George Pitart will say thank you very much. I'll use the priority. Slices that first carve off the top, loads up, drifts the tail, and just hits a little bit of backwash on that finish, doesn't hold on, but more importantly, keeping Jorgen Kusenaar off that wave and limiting his opportunities.
Pitart down on the insides, just skidded out a really dynamic finish to that wave. Went incomplete on it. Let's get another look, see what happened here.
You can tell he's pushing really hard. He wants to better this 6.5. Started this wave off beautifully. Had a little side bobble in it as he came through this second track, and then just went for those big finners, those big blowtails that he's really consistently landed all event, but just couldn't hold on to that one with all the backwash and lump on this one. Love the way he really kept his speed, just so beautifully down the line. And then here you can see that big wall of backwash coming towards him as he was coming down with the foam there. So George, he's going to get back out there, but you can see how hard he really wants to get rid of this 6.5 and apply that pressure more, because in theory, if he can get 0.9 more on that 6.5, he's going to put Jorgen in a combination situation with 8 minutes to go.
Really enjoyable second semi here. We've seen excellence from Pitart already. That means the requirement, likewise, will be something really, really special from this guy, Jorgen Kusenaar. He needs a 9.1 currently what he really needs to do, without thinking too much about the numbers, find a good set wave and unleash those power turns that he does that are high risk, and they're quite dynamic as well. Just needs to get into that mode, a bit of rhythm, find himself some opportunity here. It will obviously be dictated by what comes his way, and that frustration from a closeout earlier. It's all in the past now. We'll be looking to these next 7.5 minutes. Live rankings as of the here and now. And you can see Pitar and Kuzane, 7 and 8 at the moment. Luke Thompson in 3rd position. Wherever you end up, this is a great result. This is for sure a keeper. Getting the semis is huge. A win, well, that's really something quite special. Let's see who can get into the final to face Luke Thompson. Has had a little bit of extra time just to assess things, watch conditions. I'll have the women's final as well.
I like the look of 2 South Africans in the top 3 right now. They're fantastic.
That is great. I was thinking to myself, I was like, if Luke gets the win, he'll probably jump Maddie, which would be really great, because it's kind of been Geordie and then Maddie has really come through and set this, you know, another benchmark for South African surfing, and now Luke's come through, and so there's this really cool kind of trio of strong South African surfers at the top end of our sport right now, and Luke, he's just really made his mark this event.
And that will push Maddie to want to actually get ahead of him, say, at Huntington, and it'll be a good little, you know, internal competition between them, and that's what you want. You want to have your fellow countrymen fighting it out, pushing each other, and then slowly draw more surfers into that mix as well. That's how you grow the sport within your country, and I think that will be a great mix of those two, really pushing it to the end. And you know, go for the CS win at the end of it. Make a goal for yourself.
6 on the clock here, 2nd semi. Who's going to face Luke Thompson in the final? Bit of a lump on the outside, bit more of that breeze. Just whipping up a touch.
And that's actually a good point when you start getting to this sort of stage. You're in the top 3, and you know there's so much thought on qualifying for the championship tour. Why not actually reach for the stars? Why don't you rather go, okay, well, my goal is actually to win the Challenger Series. That's where I'm going. I know I'm going to qualify for the championship tour. I'm not only reaching for that, I want to go to number 1. And that could be a good way of looking at this whole tour.
It's so great to get a result so early on in the season as well, because it takes the pressure off in the back half of the season. I think with the 7 events, you're going to need probably 2 or 3 pretty solid results, thinking maybe quarterfinals onwards. There's just that big jump in points from the round of 16 to the quarterfinal. So I feel like even with a win, I mean, we saw it last year, 3 surfers who had a win didn't make the top 10. So even with a win, if you're Jacob Wilcox or whoever goes on to win this event, you're probably going to want to get at least another 2 quarterfinals, I'm going to say, and then you pretty much think you're on the path to being on the championship tour.
Check out the recap of our 2nd semi. George Pitar, he was sprightly early on. This one, something of a rangefinder, the 6.5 here, serving a bit of notice.
Yeah, I mean, that was 2 really fast turns, and then this was a massive moment in the heat. 6-point ride just for that one turn where he really free fell from the sky, but excellence for this wave for George, just going from turn to turn with so much power and speed, and just this element of class about his surfing too. He just seems to be really locked on. The CT has definitely improved all those little 1%ers for George. The surfing was always there, but he just seems a better all-round competitor as he's come back to the Challenger Series. 4 minutes to go. He's looking to hold on to the lead here to make the final and potentially tick a goal that he's made for himself this year, which is have a podium finish.
You talk about these 1%ers a lot. Is it like what the Aussies are working on, those 1%ers?
Yeah, I feel like it's a massive kind of thing in Australia where you say, if you know, your surfing's there, you just have to get the 1%ers right, whether it's, you know, your heat strategy or what you do before your heat, or maybe it's figuring out what restaurants you go to. Hoggy talks about it a lot with his athletes, just finding those little 1%ers that work for you, that help you enhance your performance and better just you as an all-round human and competitor. And I think it's about growing as a human, which then correlates to growing as a competitor at the same time. So it's a massive, I guess, strategy that the Australians use is just getting all those little 1%ers right, you know, what kind of fins you want to use and what kind of board, and having all that dialed before you get to the comp.
No, thank you for that. We'll be working on 2%.
Well, actually, America's already got the 2% crew,
Okay,
so
we'll
you're going to be
three-
looking for
three-
3.
We'll go
yeah.
3%.
Yeah.
There we go.
Beautiful.
Something to aim for.
Yeah.
I'm amazed that Jorgen hasn't had many opportunities in this heat. I was looking at that recap and that one big maneuver, the 6.07. You would have felt he would have had way more opportunities. They just haven't presented themselves to him. I mean, these are great conditions for Jorgen. Big, heavy sections, but he just has not been in position, you know, for any of those waves. And, you know, plenty of surf out there, plenty of swell, but he's just found himself on the wrong side of the peak.
Yeah, it's just the way it's worked out, hasn't it? I mean, even if you look at George, he's had the 2 solid set waves. It's turned into scores. Other than that, numbers have been relatively modest from him. Jorgen's been a little bit starved of opportunity here. And that will start to creep into the mindset as well. With just a couple on the clock. So it really will come down to one wave for him. And it will need to be something really quite special. Pittar won't mind paddling quite close to the nose of Jorgen's board as he goes a little bit past him.
George has definitely been putting a bit of pressure on Jorgen. You can actually feel it, like through the screen. You can feel the intensity of it. And he's just not giving him any space. And right there, they're on top of each other, paddling and moving. And this is all part of competition strategies and tactics. Jorgen does have first right of way when he sees the wave that he wants, but you can see even there a little bit of splashing of water, a bit of frustration.
How many percent do you get for paddling past your opponent who you got a massive lead on and just kicking your feet and that little bit of spray just slightly going up their nostril with that breeze?
Something around about, like, you know, 12, 14%. Yeah, it's up there. It adds. But I mean, Jorgen, this is a great result, a 3rd place. We spoke about that. Same for Oscar Berry. A 3rd is a keeper result. He got 3rd here back in 2019 as well, so maybe he just had that personal goal to go 1 better. I mean, who's to say in the next 45 seconds something crazy won't come through? The ocean's looking a little bit quiet, which isn't favourable for Jorgen, but he can get scores so quickly on just 1 or 2 turns, especially excellent numbers, which is what we saw yesterday. There's 30 seconds on the clock. He looks interested in what's coming towards him now, though.
Yeah, he'll have to try and go something here. Kuzine desperately scrambling for a massive number, 9-1. And he'll put himself in position for a wave that will just slip under, and it will close out on that inside shallow sandbar. And he has been frustrated in terms of opportunity, but it's not quite accurate to tell that as the story of this heat. It has been pure class from George Pittar for his lead. Here is Jorgen's opportunity. It's a smaller wave, and he'll flare out the fins, blow the tail. It will be incomplete, but you have to say George Pittar has been a class above, really. He surfed great out there. He's had extra speed and finesse and flair. He's looked really, really good. He's through to the final. He'll face Luke Thompson of South Africa. What a matchup that is. Cannot wait for that. That'll be coming in just over 35 minutes time. Well done to George Pittar. Great value for a final here in the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We talked about that emotional journey that he's been on. Vindication really comes through performance and the surfing that you do in your allocated time out in the water. And he's just shown some of that resilience, but mainly just brilliant surfing.
Absolutely. I mean, George, looking like the tour only added to his career. He's come back to the Challenger Series. I know it's not where he wants to be, but he just looks a gear above what he did last year. And last year he was so impressive as well. So, you know, he's creating this really great momentum for him. And I think to have George and Luke facing off in the final, 2 kind of different styles, different approaches to heats, it's going to be a great matchup between those 2.
Those 2 surfers, George and Luke, have been so precise in this event. I think it's going to be an amazing final. They're just going to be hitting those sections. I can't wait for it. It's going to be epic.
Time for a quick break here. Just 2 to go. It's our finals. Next up, we'll have the women's final. It's going to feature Nadia Aristabe. She's taken on Yolanda Hopkins. Giggs and Kai in to talk you through it. Stay tuned for that.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on Earth.
How fun does this little wave look, though?
I'm Ashton Goggins, a surfer, writer, and documentary filmmaker, and this is No Contest, Stab and Red Bull's travel show by surfers. Joined by the country's best and brightest, and with the continent's preeminent surf explorer and pioneer as our guide.
Doesn't get better than that.
This episode we're covering 1,000 kilometers of South Africa's east coast. Exhaustingly consistent world-class waves. A sprawling, diverse coastline, both culturally and geographically. Exotic wildlife, gorgeous natural landscapes, thriving urban centers, and thoroughly affordable world-class food and wine.
Flavor Town.
This is No Contest South Africa.
It's finals time here in Ballito in South Africa. Surf season on the continent. And of course, the World Surf League's Challenger Series about to set off and crown champions and award the 10,000 points, which is available on the Challenger Series campaign, an improved Challenger Series as well for the season ahead. Second stop, welcome to finals day. Gig Saliers and Kai Linde for the call. Conditions have played part. Surfline calling that surf would come up a touch, and it's in that head-high range. We've seen great numbers coming out of the semi-finals on both men's and women's sides of competition here on finals day. Let's have a look at the journey to the finals about to get underway. And of course, see lots of talent in that final 8. The experience of Sally Fitzgibbons coming to a stop. Care of Nadia Aristabe's backhand attack. So Aristabe into the final, and Yolanda Hopkins on the other side of the draw, getting past Laura Raup in the semis. But wow, exciting as we look at the top 10 picture in the women's side of the draw, Kai.
Yeah, Gigs, and a big shift up about to happen. And for me, these two surfers have been kind of the two standouts for me. They really have been consistent. They've been getting those scores. And they've both just had that little bit of confidence moving through the heats. I think the big one here really is that Yolanda can go tie for number 1 if she wins this final. And we've been told by our tour commissioner that on the countback, she'll be looking at the Jabo wildcard too.
Wow, falling from the sky there for the opening ride of the event. That is Yolanda Hopkins. Going to be a great exchange here between the two European surfers, Kai.
Yeah, and this lady on the backhand has just been devastating lips and continues the trend, going for those big upside-down backhand hacks, Gigs. But it's going to be an interesting battle, this one. You know, Yolanda is no slouch. She's not scared to go on those big sections. She'll definitely attack the lip line. So it's going to be a cracker of a final.
Well, our two finalists already getting stuck into the lineup and building their respective scores. Meanwhile, we have set up our finalists on the men's side of competition. Luke Thompson will take on winner of semi-final George Pittar. Let's go down and hear some thoughts from him.
George, when we spoke yesterday, you said that one of your goals for the year was to make a Challenger Series final. You entered the final of the O'Neill Ballito Pro. How do you feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I don't know, I was saying that yesterday and I was like, yeah, I'll be stoked when I get there, but I don't know, now I just want to win that so bad. I want to win this next heat so badly. So yeah, one more, see how we go.
Tell me about the heat. You really put a lot of pressure on him out there, and you held that lead for a long time. How was it in the second half of the heat, knowing that you had that lead?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I definitely had the rhythm that heat, I thought, and I was a little bit flustered after my first wave. I had a couple that weren't that great, and then yeah, I just thought I need to post up and just really get a good wave the next one. And luckily, that wave that came through had such a nice shape on it, and yeah, stoked to just get to the end of it, to be honest. That's where the wave was doing a lot of the work.
And then you're working with Tim McDonald as your coach. Was your finals day preparation this morning any different to previous days? And what was your mindset going into today?
Yeah, I've been working with Timmy since the first CT of the Oz leg at Bells. Been working every comp, and we hadn't had a great run, but I don't know, we have such a good connection, me and Timmy, and I know that we work so well together, and it was just sort of a matter of time and for us to make a couple of heats together. And I don't know, I feel really good. But yeah, this morning it was a little different, I guess. I'd been waking up and I've been watching all these Joel Parko clips And I don't know, I was just been frothing on it, but the Wallabies were playing this morning, so I was up watching that. And yeah, it was kind of a nice distraction, I guess, for finals day, but yeah, frothing.
Great stuff. Good luck for the final. Back to you guys.
Well, great to hear the insights from George Pitar, former championship tour surfer, and really just notching his own performances up from that experience. I'm looking forward to seeing that final when he takes on Luke Thompson. Meanwhile, Kai, in the lineup.
Wow. That was such a heavy section she went for. She had to really give it a good go, but she rode out of it. And I think that just speaks to sort of the true grit of Yolanda Hopkins. She is a fighter, Giggs, and she wants to win this contest.
We saw her nuggety campaign in Newcastle on finals day, ripping on the rail. But here she is in Ballito, appearing in the finals for the first time at the Challenger Series level. And, well, she absolutely attacked that. We've seen that as an unlock for scores the entire week long. And while judges are pondering that, Nadia Aristabe has a deadly backhand. She's been building scores of her own. Some 8s out of the lineup in the semi-final a little earlier today. Aristabe's on the front foot with a 6-5, but we wait in anticipation for that score from Yolanda Hopkins. She absolutely smashed that section.
Yeah, and I mean, Nadia getting a 6-5 for that big backhand to single maneuver. That last ride for Yolanda, first off, came off the bottom of a big takeoff into a massive wrap, and then attacking the lip line on that big closeout turn. Loads of intensity, so the judges are going to be having a proper look at this one.
Finals underway here in Ballito. We trust that everyone is enjoying the show from the beautiful Quadakuza region. Of course, the Dolphin Coast, crystal clear Indian Ocean water here with strong swells marching through. We've seen consistent waves the entire window of competition starting back on Monday, 6 days back. And the field has been narrowed down here, 48 women down to 2 to hand out the 10,000 points and see how that rankings look. Let's have a look at the power of Yolanda Hopkins here.
Well, beautiful deep bottom turn, really drives the rail out there and then comes off the bottom. Just look at that lip line coming at her, and there was no hesitation, Giggs. She just absolutely went for it.
The judge is still pondering that. It was a high impact and very critical two-turn combination as well. And the judges are going to find their way to a 7-6-7. Two judges going high as an 8 there, Kai. So clear indications of the risk that Yolanda Hopkins was throwing at that maneuver.
Yeah, and if we're going to be critical, which the judges will be, it's maybe just that she had to sort of wrangle and fight her way out of that finish in the white water that maybe just brought the score down a little bit, but certainly was definitely good enough surfing for an excellent score and big, powerful two-turn combo. So she's put her intent out there, and she is going to not lie down in this final. She's going to scrap right till the end.
Well, Nadia Aristabe did the championship tour duty, qualified at the end of 2024's Challenger Series, had that mid-season cut after Margaret River. But she's comfortable in the jersey now. Great campaigns on the Challenger Series in both 2023 and 2024. And Aristabe into her first final of 2024. Of course, a first final for both of these surfers. So personal bests coming at us from both of these European talents. Of course, Aristabe out of the northern coast of Spain, the Basque Country, the seaside town of Zarautz. Yolanda Hopkins based in and around the Lisbon energy area there. Of course, so many waves in that region of Portugal. Portugal, a regular discussion in the world picture of surfing these days. Saw Vasco Ribeiro with a World Junior title back in 2014, inspiring a lot of young Portuguese talent. Of course, Kikash was quick to respond to that and qualify for the championship tour. Frederico Moraes, a lot of other exciting talents. But on the female side, it was a little slower for the response and the enthusiasm, considering a country that has 700 kilometers of coastline, staging multiple championship tour and Challenger Series events over the years in Portugal. So we love everything that Portugal has brought to the table. The big waves of Nazaré included. Of course, a CT stop in Peniche, still part of our world. But Yolanda Hopkins really getting inspired by all of that. And in her first Challenger Series final year, a 7.67 healthy score to work with here, and perhaps to lift the Ballito Pro Trophy in 2025.
Well, and Nadia, a little bit of a priority error there while we were chatting gigs, and handing the priority back to Yolanda Hopkins. So now she's in the power seat with that too. And, you know, some surfers like to live in the moment and take it heat by heat. Others like to manifest and get that energy out into the ether, so to speak. Yolanda this morning posting a picture of herself from her last trip at J-Bay, maybe just putting it out there into the world that she's planning on winning this event and going to go surf in J-Bay.
Well, we'll know that answer in around 23 minutes. Clock just ticking away here in the finals of the women's Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. You see a little bit of sea life, a couple of mullet and smaller fish out the back there. It's a lively Indian Ocean. Of course, a huge thanks to SMG Yamaha for their continued support and partnership on the water safety side of things. Qualification municipality as well. None of that happens without their investment. 16 years here at this location now for the Ballito Pro. You see our water safety on duty there. Of course, those Yamaha wave runners, proudly presented by SMG. And a lot of fishing in the area as well. Of course, fans tuned in that haven't been following through the week. We've spoken a lot about the sea life here. We've spoken a lot about the beauty of this dolphin coast. Lots of bottlenose dolphins, lots of quality snorkeling and spear fishing available, lots of rock angling and lots of ski fishing as well off those wave runners.
Yeah, and Pat McCarthy and the SMG team are very involved in that entire scene. They sponsor a lot of the ski fishing comps in the area, even doing all the Go Fish events. So it's nice to see a local brand supporting local sports.
No better place to be in winter than down on the beaches of Ballito. It has been a festive 2 weeks with the Smith Shapes Rookie Rippers setting off amongst other junior framed events. Of course, segueing to the Ballito Open, proudly presented by Flowhose QS 2000 as a warm-up. Lots of the visiting surfers getting involved in the lineup and just, you know, getting their contest sharp on as a build-up to this week of the Challenger Series. But it's been a festival start to finish. Sight, sound and waves has been the theme. We've had music concerts aplenty, and of course even the musos versus surfers to keep everyone involved. Geordie Smith down amongst it all, enjoying the festive atmosphere here as he relaxes before the serious business of J-Bay. But really just been perhaps the best Ballito Pro in a lot of ways. Either way, it's been consistent surf the whole way through. And here is Hopkins, who'll just find her way down that big lumpy wave. In fact, a couple of bumps on the face care of that southerly wind. So she'll go down. And still that priority with Nadia Aristaba. And we'll see if the Spaniard from the Basque Country can get involved here. Both of them still with low scores in their top counting scoreline, Kai, as we slip under 20 minutes.
And you're right, Giggs, that little southerly breeze has popped up, but I noticed in that first men's semi-final with Luke Thompson that as that breeze picked up, the swell had a little jump as well. And we're starting to see some pretty chunky sets coming through the lineup. I mean, that last wave when Yolanda took off, I mean, that was double overhead, really.
Solid waves in the lineup here with the tide pushing in. Women's finals with just under 20 minutes to go. A big men's final coming our way as well. South Africans heavily invested in not only in the atmosphere and the vibe of this Ballito Pro this year, but for the first time in many years, a South African into the finals. Young 21-year-old Luke Thompson taking on the talent. He's just a remarkable talent, is George Pitar. And two nuggety natural footers to contest the win here. That's still 19 minutes away. On the flip side, it's a goofy versus natural women's final unfolding. Both surfers, Hopkins and Eristabe, out of the European region. And both of them with their personal bests here. And it's going to be interesting to see how that top 10 picture looks on the Challenger Series rankings for the women's campaigns after the second stop, which is just 18.5 minutes away, Kai.
Yeah, and right now it is Hopkins from Portugal in the lead, 7.67 and a 2. So you're going to be wanting to get rid of that 2. And the 6.5 for Nadia for that big backside turn. Just a one maneuver. So if she can find a wave that runs down the line and maybe gives her 2-3 of those sections, we know she's quite capable of going excellent. And she's certainly not out of the heat. 18 minutes on the clock. We've seen a lot of action. I mean, we saw them both scrambling there. That was a pretty big set wave that just came through the lineup.
Well, Nadia Eristabe getting past Sally Fitzgibbons this morning in that semi-final clash. And all credit to Sally for her master strategy, her surfing on the rail. But Nadia Eristabe outsurfed Sally Fitzgibbons in that semi-final this morning.
Just more critical surfing gigs, really going for the lip line, hitting those critical sections. Sal, brilliant surfing, but a little bit more on the rail.
Yeah, and critical angles, that tight pivot in the lip on the backhand. So Eristabe found an 8.17 earlier on in the semi-final. She want to bring that momentum and that heat win over Sally to this final here. And let's see where she goes with this. Wave selection in the medium size. Get some good leverage on that first turn. Now clicks it up. Combo section will come at her. Not a big lip line on the section, but she'll still draw a nice line through it. You saw water just being forced out the bottom deck of that board, even though it was a little bit of a more broken section, not a lip line, so to speak. But Eristabe will go into the lead after that wave, Kai.
Yeah, good three-turn combo. What I really like about Nadia's surfing, especially on her backhand, is just how tight she surfs in the pocket. Really just perfect board placement, especially on that first turn. And then backing it up with 2 more. So she's going to hit a good score here, only needing a 3.18. So watch her gigs. Takes off, waits, puts the bottom turn super tight in the pocket, just skimming the white water to get that rail up. The second turn, more of a check turn, but then coming through to the closeout section. I think playing it a little bit safe on that one, but knowing that she didn't need a big score and she will take the lead if she completed it.
Well, completed she has, and she'll fight her way through the impact zone here on the inside at Ballito. Pretty much halfway through the final now here in South Africa to crown a women's champion at the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Judges pondering that score. 3 big turns on the backhand. Love that first pivot turn as well, very tight in the pocket. While the judges ponder that score, we'll sit back and just give it a breather. It's finals day here from Ballito. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, With an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Down here on the beach with Yolanda's South African support crew. It's our current Masters SA champ, Tamaris, and we've got the Triple Crown Hawaiian winner from 2000, Heather Clark. Yolanda spent a lot of time on the South Coast prepping for this event, surfing the big point breaks down there, and these ladies have been giving her a lot of pointers, taking on the biggest swell and surf today. So they fired up. Yolanda's in second at the moment, but they're hopeful and confident she's going to get the score. Back to you guys.
Well, good vibes in and around the contest area. Of course, good to see Heather Clark supporting. She's a great campaigner through the seasons. She was always running into names like Lane Beachley during her string of world titles. And Heather Clark, as we say, Triple Crown winner back 25 years ago already. But Heather's still a grom in the lineup. And, well, of course, Yolanda Hopkins feeding off that energy here. So we joined the lineup, women's final with 12:40 on the clock. While you were away, judges found a 5.83 for the series of turns for Nadia Eristabe, and she's in the lead, but not a big requirement for the shorter, more stocky, nuggety surfer Yolanda Hopkins to find a 4.66 in the lineup here, Kai.
Yeah, I said I thought she had maybe held back a bit on that wave, just making sure she got the completion, got the score in. But the flip side of that decision is that the judges didn't really throw out a meaningful big score to get the gap wide, and she's just kind of put herself in first place. But Yolanda's only looking to get a 4.66. She's got to drop a 2. So right now, with a 7.67, she's in the money seat. She's got the priority, and she's got 12 minutes on the clock. So plenty of time to find another big critical wave to get a big score on.
Plenty of time, mid-morning here on a Sunday. Surf fans packed into the beaches. It is a great vibe in and around the Ballito Pro. If you're very close by, you've got 11 minutes to get to the contest area to support South African Luke Thompson. And, well, 11 and a half minutes time, we'll know who is going to take the full 10,000 points and the spoils of a win here in Ballito on the women's side. In the contest area, spoke of the smooth electric surfing of ever-improving George Pitar, who really had some fantastic performances on the championship tour this year and has found his way to the finals to take on Luke Thompson. Meanwhile, just an overview of our boiling takeoff zone here. Surfers just trying to navigate. They got caught by that set there, Kai. You were indicating it on the screen as that big set marched in. Tide moving in here in Ballito. Energy from the new south swells crossing over with some leftover east swells. It's some solid surf in the lineup here to crown champions.
Yeah, and it was interesting to see that shot of George Pitar on the beach. You know, he's really surfing well. He's brought that CT polish back to the Challenger Series, but then finding himself up against a young South African with a lot of momentum and a whole lot of support. And what was interesting there is you see George walking down the beach, pretty casual response from all the people on the beach. So that was Luke Thompson. There'd be a whole lot of cheering and screaming and clapping, and he really has just got the beach fired up and behind him, and pretty much the whole surf community from down the south coast all the way up to the north coast have pulled in just to support this young man in the finals.
Well, 10 years back, an 11-year-old Luke Thompson was in and amongst it, floating around the contest area as a young grom. And here he is a decade later at the center stage of focus and all the support from around the world. Of course, you know, names like Sean Thompson will be up in the wee hours in Santa Barbara. He'll be watching very, very carefully and following the live action. Of course, many South Africans from all over invested. Think of former top surfers like Mark Burness, now living in Jeffreys Bay, will be watching very, very closely. Think of the results through the years. Ricky Basnett getting a win here in 2006. And, of course, Geordie Smith getting his wins at this level of competition. It's always been a an exciting place for South Africans to measure up against the international standards, and well, certainly Luke Thompson has stepped up to that. Stepping up to the rail as well in 2025 has been Yolanda Hopkins. We saw her in Newcastle get to finals day. Here she is trying to get a full 10,000 points. Nadia Eristabe, with that solid set of numbers, will be very, very calm and collected, holding the priority now as we go to 8:45 on the clock. And we feel that if there's a bigger wave with the lip line, Nadia Eristabe will just push her points in that top two up a little more. And here she goes, and she'll disappear on us just like that. Just a stumble there. She has a strapped ankle. That is part of a story that we haven't really touched on much here in this final, Kai. But just getting clipped there on the takeoff, a little ankle tap, so to speak. And no priorities right now in the lineup. We'll see Hopkins has made her way a little deeper into the takeoff zone. And so a priority and perhaps an error from Nadia Eristabe. Then the door open for Hopkins.
Well, and Yolanda, I think, made a bit of a bad choice on the wave she chose to pull trigger on. So she'll be a little relieved with that whole scene there. And I got to add that that's the second priority mistake from Nadia in this final. Second time she's paddled for a wave, and it's ended up drubbing her. And just to kind of add insult to injury there, she took a proper thrashing on the bank as well.
Well, 7:40 to go. 2 mistakes. One from either surfer. Puts us back where we were a couple minutes back. Who's going to take this win? Who's going to get the 10,000 points? Hopkins just needs a 4.66, and she has the highest single wave of a 7.67. So you know that it's just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Eristabe, with the focus of her own, is to improve on her scores, particularly the 5.83, Kai. Down to 7 minutes to go. This one is very hard to call. It can go either way.
Yeah, sitting quietly somewhere on the beach or the board is Veselko. Just wondering if she's going to J-Bay or not. So just a little third dimension to this final.
Well, just under 7 on the clock here. Campaigning on the Challenger Series again is Nadia Eristabe. Of course, Yolanda Hopkins as well, just outside of qualification. Last year finished 8th on the Challenger Series. Nadia Eristabe at 6th, but then got the call up to the jersey, care of Tatiana Weston-Webb taking a hiatus. And Eristabe would have gained a lot of experience from being amongst the world's best for those first stops on the championship tour before the mid-season cut. And to say, look at the track record for both these surfers at the Challenger Series level. High success rates, and both of them in their first finals for the year. Of course, they think of other locations to come. Eristabe has performed well at the up-and-coming US Open on the Challenger Series schedule. You think of Hopkins performing very, very well in her home country of Portugal. Those right-handers of Ribeira de Ilhas. Always loved visiting and calling events there over the years. And then, of course, both Eristabe and Hopkins won't be intimidated by the time we get to early 2026 and we start wrapping up the Challenger Series. That exciting stop number 6 at the Banzai Pipeline this year.
Yeah, she certainly won't be holding back there. Not scared to give it a crack in big barrels. Saw her get a really nice barrel in her semi-final, so she'll be probably looking forward to that. And then Nadia, with a little bit of experience at least under her belt already at Pipeline earlier in the year. And it wasn't a bad year for the girls at Pipe either. So, yeah, these two will be quietly confident, I think, with a final already, maybe another good result or two, and then going to Pipeline to try and cement their positions for the championship tour. The all-new revitalized championship tour, going back to singular final at Pipeline, and also for the girls, a bit of a strengthened and enlarged field as well.
Absolutely exciting things on the women's side of professional surfing. Let's have a look at the heat recap as we start getting to the pointy end of the final. It was Nadia Eristabe first into the lip for a big number, Kai.
Yeah, that was a solid turn. She did very well to get to the turn too. A couple of lumps and bumps. Loved this wave. Big, huge power carve, and then coming around and just absolutely attacking that savage section. She really had to fight it out, but just showing how much she wants it. Nadia then taking off on this one. Nice tight turn in the pocket. Second turn, unfortunately, just didn't really do much for her. And then just making sure she got the completion for the 5.83. Kind of wonder, in hindsight, maybe regretting not just trying to give it a bit more on that wave and bumping the score a bit.
Well, it is what it is with just under 4 to go and a 4.66, a very sober requirement for an event win here for Yolanda Hopkins. Because Hopkins been surfing on point. She's managed herself well, got the win over Talia Swindle in the quarterfinals yesterday. Got past Laura Ropp this morning when we got to competition. And for that semi-final win, and she'll play the priority here. She's going to put her head down and go. It is a big wall, and well, Nadia was almost committed to it herself. Look at the opportunity here into the lip. It's a big section, and it's just that one redirection off the lip, and that will leave a question mark hanging. Is that worth a 4.66 or not? Big wall, big opportunity, but it had some challenges on the face there, and the clock is down to 3 minutes, guy.
Well, we've seen these girls getting caught out by a couple of set waves in the last sort of 5 to 10 minutes. It's definitely a little sort of increase in the swell, and she had to work hard, to get into that wave. It wasn't an easy entry, air dropped in. A couple of lumps and bumps, a little bit of white water. I think she did really well to get up to do the turn. And watch this, like you said, Nadia was pretty amped to go on that one too. She makes it in, comes around the corner, tight in the pocket. Pretty critical section. The lip was breaking already on the way down, so I don't know, it could be close.
A title hangs perhaps in the score for this. More a redirected and then a free fall off the lip as opposed to a turn. Judges will look into all those details there, and it's going to come in short. It's a 3.17. Requirements remain a 4.66. So Hopkins' opportunity there, she would have really wanted to just muscle and belt into that lip. But it was a very ruffled face on the way down. It was a big wave with a lot of energy. And, well, back into screen is Nadia Aristotle. Let's see what she got done.
Well, took off on this one. Big bottom turn, whips it off the top. And, wow, she gave a little fist pump there. She liked that. I don't think as critical as her 6.5 gigs, but she's going to put possibly a slight improvement on the 5.83.
Well, we saw in the heat recap her first round, that 6.5. Maybe this one perhaps a little taller. But, yeah, it could be a neighborhood score to that. Remember that a 5.83 needs to be improved upon by Aristotle if she's going to add a bigger requirement to Hopkins here. We've gone under 90 seconds here in the women's final. Who is going to hold the first place trophy aloft in 2025? Think of Bella Kenworthy this time last year. It's a 6.3. She nudges her number up. So it's now down to 1 minute to go. And opportunity still in the lineup available to Yolanda Hopkins. And we'll almost say that on cue, because here goes the surfer from Portugal in a big barrel.
Wow.
Oh, just not going to find the completion. I thought perhaps there might have been a chandelier and a doggy door opportunity just to sneak out the bottom of that falling lip. She's not going to give up either car. She's going to go back to it. 40 seconds on the clock. No priorities here. We think of last year's win for Bella Kenworthy. We think of Bronte McCauley's backhand turns in 2023. And of course, well, here we are, is the backhand surfing of Nadia Aristotle going to take the win? It seems that we might almost be preempting the answer of yes. 6.5 and a 6.3. We mentioned how similar that first wave was to the opening score for Nadia Aristotle of the 6.5, Kyan, almost matching it with that last turn.
Oh, my heart jumped to my chest there. She did some serious travel time in that barrel. Just didn't give her the exit, and now time counting down. Ballito throws the curveball, big mowing set to take both girls out. And unfortunately for Yolanda, just a little short right at the end there. But we've got to give kudos to Nadia Aristotle. She has really performed this event. That backhand of hers has been so strong, and pretty much a deserved winner, I think.
Well, Yolanda Hopkins pulled behind the curtain there. Didn't find the score. The requirement had bumped up just a touch as well. So huge congratulations. This is your final result here. Yolanda Hopkins will be runner-up here in Ballito. A good points haul for her. And we'll be celebrating on the beach shortly. Nadia Aristaba will get her first win on the Challenger Series in 2025. We've seen successful campaigns from her back in 2023, already making finals day. Think of her quarterfinals here in the past. Think of her third place, her best finish on the Challenger Series in Sydney in 2024. But she's gone for the personal best here, as of both of them, by making the finals here, Kai. And a deserved win for the backhand surfing of Nadia Aristaba here in Ballito.
Yeah, 100% gigs. And I think Yolanda, she was close. She had the highest wave score of that final, 7.67. She's really surfed well this event. Last year, just falling short by one place to make the championship tour. I feel like this is her year. I think she deserves to go up to the championship tour. She's got a lot to offer. She's charges big waves. She's got a solid rail game. I would have loved to have seen her at J-Bay. Really would have loved to have seen her at J-Bay. But unfortunately for her, Nadia taking the win, well deserved. And Vaselko now will be the one heading to J-Bay on the wild card.
Well, great experiences and great vibes here down on the beach. A Challenger Series win, a full 10,000 points will bring Nadia Aristaba right into the top end of the rankings here as we leave Ballito at the end of today. But a welcome win in the Challenger Series. Of course, just beautiful stuff here. We're celebrating its finals days here. Stay with us. We'll be crowning a men's champion in the lineup. One of them is a South African. We'll call in Paul Evans, Greg Emsley and Jess Starling for the call for finals day in Ballito.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. Kwadukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of Kwadukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
South Africa is one of surfing's most iconic destinations and one of my favorite countries on earth.
How fun is it?
Zorionak to Nadia Aristaba. Surfer out of Zarouts on the Basque Country. Absolutely delighted. A massive win for her on the Challenger Series. A huge moment, something she'll remember forever when she looks back on her career. At the moment, she's looking to the future. It's really bright for the Goofy. Now, what an entertaining final. I had a little bit of everything. A brilliant final for the neutrals. Yolanda Hopkins rallied hard, couldn't quite get there, but the entertainment was incredible. The level of surfing, the waves delivered by Ballito, had a bit of everything.
It had a bit of everything, did it? And just that 7.67 threw a big spanner in the works because we were seeing like a really consistent competitor from Nadia, and then Yolanda came out of the gates and then she couldn't fight back, just couldn't find that wave. And honestly, Nadia, she just kept that form that she's had all event, that beautiful rhythm with the ocean, and it's a very well-deserving victory for her.
Having a look at our remaining order of business, it's the men's final at the Ballito Pro. And it is Luke Thompson, the local hero. Had his 21st birthday just the other day. And the celebrations, for the moment, they're tempered because he's still got a heat to serve. He could go on to something truly special here if he gets a win. In order to do that, he'll have to get past George Pittar, who's looked great. And he's actually just got better and better as the rounds have gone on, as the heats have got more high stakes and more important. He showed exactly why he's already been CT class. Let's get down and hear from our champ, Nadia Aristabe, is with Mike Frew.
Sure. Nadia, you are the Ballito Pro presented by Neil 2025 champion. How does it feel?
Amazing. I don't know. I don't even have words to describe it. I'm right now so emotional. I have so many friends here. It's amazing. I had a tough final with Yolanda. The swell was picking up, and there was bigger and bigger waves. So I was hoping for those bigger waves after I got the 5.8, and just it's only big waves. So she couldn't get the 4 because she started really good too. And I don't know. I feel like the European storm is here because you can feel how we all are doing it good.
It was your first Challenger Series final, and you took the win. They cheered you up the beach, and I saw all the emotions just came out when you got off their shoulders. Give us some feedback for everyone that's tuned in from around the world in your own language.
Bueno, pues nada, gracias a todos los que estáis viendo. Ha sido una final muy intensa, las olas cada vez estaban más grandes, pero bueno, he conseguido coger 2 buenas antes de que Yolanda cogiese su última hora, que no ha podido coger, y no sé, ha sido muy emocionante poder ganar con tantos amigos aquí, y nada, agradecer a todo el mundo que está viendo, que me ha estado apoyando todo este tiempo cuando las cosas no iban tan bien, y gracias. Thank you, es que ricasco.
Thank you so much. What a fantastic week of surfing, and you've rocketed up the ratings. It was so great to see that. Your backhand surfing, those turns are really what got it. Talk us through maybe just 1 or 2 of those turns I felt out there.
I mean, the first turn, it felt really good. It was a big wave, and I did a big turn, but it hurt a lot on my ankle, which it's injured, and it took me like 5 minutes to get back to try to have another wave because I needed that time because it was hurting. And I don't know, I've been working a lot on my backhand. You can see all the waves in the challenge and the city are mostly right, so I have to work on it, and I don't know, I'll try to do my best on the next event and hopefully qualify for the city.
So stoked for you. Great job in Ballito, and we'll catch you a little later on the podium ceremony, which will be broadcast live. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Mike. Brilliant moment for Nadia Aristabe, and an emotional moment as well, Jess.
I feel like we saw Nadia get pretty much a full season on tour before the Cup with the wild cards that she got given when Joanne and Tati decided to take a step back from the tour this year. And so she did get a taste of what it would be like, but she never really got going. So to come off and get a victory and get a win, that's just got to be confidence for her. So speaking of confidence, though, this guy has been oozing it this event so far. Stalled for a barrel through that second part of the wave there, and then laid into a big finishing turn, getting himself a 5.17 for that wave. I mean, this first turn was really crisp, really nice with the bottom turn, and then a bit of wobble in that wave. I feel like he was in 2 minds of whether he wanted to attack that section or go for the tube, but that first turn and that end turn, I feel like that's where the bulk of the points are going to live with that score.
Yeah, I felt like George needed to combo it up. Ooh, big drop at the back, big wave for Thompson. He's not going to get around it. So, not able to capitalize on that priority. But George Pittar on the previous wave, I just felt, I think he was, like you mentioned, just in 2 minds. That wasn't a scoring maneuver looking for that tube. Seriously big first turn. If he had comboed it up straight up into another turn and then got a finish, he would have had a real massive start here. He's looking so good on those calves. And then we, of course, did see Luke Thompson. And just thinking about Luke Thompson, he's the ultimate brew. And that is our word for today. Saving the best for last. The word brew, do you know what that means?
Brew is like brother.
Correct. It comes from the Afrikaans word broer, and we've obviously shortened it to brew, and it's brother. How's it, brew?
How's it, Brew?
Yeah. And Luke Thompson and their team see themselves as the brew crew.
They have a sponsor, the Brew Bars as well. Is that's made by one of the competitors, if I'm right?
Yep, I'm not 100% sure on that, but yeah, it is a energy bar that they sponsored by, so it's quite cool to have the brews on deck. And talking about that VIP area is alive right now. It is literally the beach. There's not one seat available for anybody. The support here for Luke Thompson is on another level. It's just set up to be an amazing final. We just need him to get a start here.
Interesting heat for George, though, because as far as the beach goes, he's not the crowd favourite in this final. When it comes to being down here on the beach, everyone is just cheering on Luke. As soon as he gets to his feet, everyone is just screaming. So for George, this is going to be a real good test of, you know, that mental strength, that ability to switch off and just play his own game, really lock in and try not to think about the crowd and being the underdog in this final when it comes to how the beach is feeling towards him, because I feel like that would be a real challenge to try and block that out and stay in your bubble.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting point. And you know what? I don't think it's a case of the beach against George. I think everyone here is, you know, is proper surf fans, and they love George's surfing. You know, that on-rail carve, the turns he's been doing. Everyone's been commenting about how spectacular it's been. But of course, Luke Thompson, the South African, they're here to cheer him on. But at the same time, they want to see a great final.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of the greats over the years manage to tap into the energy, even if the crowd is maybe with their opponent. They can actually just get into that themselves and find something there to spur them on. I don't think George will be bothered one bit about the noise coming for Luke at all. I think he'll just back his own surfing, the way his form is going towards this final, and ultimately already in it. Something of a lead, the 5-1-7. Seen a couple of big waves come through, haven't we? It's absolute bombs. And it's all about finding those sections on those bombs and linking them together, Greg.
Absolutely, find those sections. And if you're George Batar, if you've got a strong enough mind, you can tell yourself that the crowd is actually cheering for you. You know, turn it around. But
flip the script.
Yeah,
I love that.
So a slow start in this one. Of course, George with that 5-1-7. You feel like it's not quite a big enough score for this heat, right, on paper, and what we've seen these surfers do in this event.
Here's Thompson driving, he's covered, he's pumping, he'll emerge out of the barrel onto a big lip line maneuver. He'll just kick the board away, and he won't get a finish there. You could hear that collective gasp as he pulled into that tube, turned into a bit of a roar from the beach. And as he came out, looking straight away, a bomb pitar out the back. He'll just swoop in. Look at the ground he's covering. Now he commits to the bottom turn and puts a beautiful carve up high in the pocket, but doesn't quite get the push through to get down onto the face and continue surfing. Thompson had a great view of that. As he paddled out, George looks like we'll get back for priority. There's all sorts going on down here.
There is. Everyone is pushing the bar, pushing the limits in this final. I mean, this wave for Luke, it just bowled out so perfectly, super deep. And then as he came out, that chandelier ever so slightly threw him off kilter and just couldn't get to that end section. He almost looked like he was on his heels, quickly redirected to being on his toes, and then just couldn't get up and over that front foot through that last turn there. But I mean, it was still a really nice deep tube there for Luke. And then George, that was the biggest wave we've seen come through all day. And he looks so good off the bottom, and then just maybe the wind playing a bit of havoc right at the top of that lip there.
Uncharacteristic for both of our surfers, yeah. You know, we've seen both these surfers, I said, they've been the most precise, flawless surfers in this event. And even George's first wave, in my opinion, he made mistakes on that wave. He was out of position. He wasn't as precise as he's been. We haven't seen Luke Thompson fall all competition. And then George on that wave, I mean, that thing looked massive. I mean, he drove off the bottom. I thought Luke's going to be in trouble here. And then the mistake came. I mean, George was setting up for probably one of the biggest turns of competition there on that big wall. That was a massive wave. Fortunately, there's still over 22 minutes on the clock. So I think we'll probably won't be talking about any of these waves by the end. I think we'll have a good couple of set waves to talk about.
Number for Thompson, 5.33 for him. Perhaps left a little bit, but unable to pull down that float. Yeah, it's an interesting point. That first wave for George, the 5.17, we tried to pull into that wave. It's the first time I can remember seeing him not being exactly kind of where he wanted to be, just this read on a wave. If you get away from the maneuvers, just his overall flow. And I guess it's testament to, I'm not sure if that's necessarily down to nerves or anything like that about the final. I think it's just when the swell increases, we have that exponential scale in terms of power. It's a bit like the Richter scale, isn't it? Something that's twice as big is actually much more powerful. And I think it's just on display here. What we're seeing is these surfers going out with that really ripper mindset, attacking on what are quite solid, powerful waves.
It is solid and it is powerful, but you feel that the surfer that wins this final is going to have to they're going to have to attack these walls, these lips, and one of them are going to find that magic moment on a big wave where they really get a combination of massive maneuvers. It's just a matter of time. You can see they're both pushing to go very hard. They realize that their competition's tough, and both surfers are the form surfers in competition. And the guy that goes the hardest and pulls it off is going to win this one.
They're going to have the total package, whichever surfer wins, because they both have the talent, they both had the event, they both had the rhythm going their way for the last week, but they're going to need to be able to push hard, but keep their cool and maintain good decision-making skills as well, because sometimes it's so easy to get ahead of yourself and overcomplicate things. So I think it'll be the surfer who can push hard yet keep it so simple that'll really take home the crown.
Still plenty of time left to go in our men's final. We've just crowned Nadir Aristabe of the Basque Country, our champion of the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill 2025. Who's going to be our men's champ one of this pair? Too close really to split them at all at the moment. There's nothing really on the board. You'd hope as well the numbers that they've got, those five, they'll both be replaced when they get two legit scoring waves. We know they got so much in them. Let's just see how George goes with his use of priority with his next wave. We'll sit there for a little while. We're talking about that, the crowd getting behind Luke, and then the underdog status for George Pittar. It's something we hear quite a lot about the Aussies, and the mongrel come through. It's something, probably one of the favourite cliches. I just wonder, how do you go about becoming a pedigree from that part of the world? We'll find out in the next 20-odd minutes. Right now, we're looking at some high-quality surfing in terms of a quick whipping turn, but then the wave not offering much of an inside, and that will tell the tale of why there wasn't much interest from George Pittar. Had first dibs on it. Luke staying in motion.
Yeah, he wants to keep this momentum going. I feel like we've seen him have a lot of heats where he surfs himself into a rhythm. And as well, I feel like when you hear that you need a 0.64, just getting a wave and trying to create something, and he's just going to keep turning waves. Like I mentioned, surf himself into a rhythm, try and keep getting on those bigger sections, thinking back to his semi-final. The more waves he caught towards the end of the heat, the bigger those scores got every single time. This wave here comes around. He's got that massive opening swoop just on lock. I mean, that's been a really big ammo in his repertoire, that one for Luke, and it's got him scores all event long, so I'm not surprised that he went to that, but just the end of that wave not offering him much.
Thompson will make his way back out. We've been talking about how significant this result is for South African surfing. Greg, I just wanted to ask you, what are some of the hallmarks? What does South African surfing even stand for? I mean, there's always been an element of style which we associate, obviously Geordie at the moment in the yellow jersey and really bearing the torch for that brand of surfing as well on the CT. But if you look collectively at South African surfing in general, what does it stand for? What are some of the key attributes?
Well, first of all, respect. I think we are a very respectful surfing nation. We are a very thorough surfing nation. We've got generations of surfers, going into history. You think of the endless summer where it all started. And so respect is a huge thing. We've also got, if you go to any lineup in South Africa, generally we don't have huge amounts of crowds, but we've got every surfer's quite good at surfing. So the talent level across the board is very high. Our numbers are low, but very high talent, lots of respect, good style, and some of the best waves in the world.
Love it. Loads of talent in the water right now. Under 18 minutes to go in this final. Luke Thompson of South Africa in the lead at the moment. George Pitar will look to try and come back, and he'll look to do it on this wave. Here he goes. Great looking bolt on the outside. Little spring in his step as he'll clip over the section, and then he'll wrap around, hit the white water. Not a big inside finish, so it's not going to be a huge number for him. We'll go to a quick commercial break. Scores in for that last wave of George Pitar when we come back in the conclusion of the men's final, where we'll be crowning a champ here. Stay tuned.
The Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by Qualification Municipality, the official host and title partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. By SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. And by O'Neill, the official presenting partner of the Ballito Pro.
It's been an absolute pleasure to be hosted here in beautiful Ballito, the Qualification region, once again delivering. We have high expectations coming into this event, and unbelievably, it continues to exceed them. Surfing has been a key ingredient of all that, but just the natural ingredients of this coastline. An absolutely incredible energy down here. Finals day being the best day of the week. Really is something great to witness. We're enjoying seeing the local Luke Thompson into the final here with a little bit of work to do. No one quite getting hold of this yet. So numbers for Pitar, it's a 3.5. It's kind of modest. Does get him in the first place for now. It's a low number required for Luke. I think fair to say yes at this stage. He's not thinking about this number at all.
No, definitely not. I feel like both of these guys probably would feel like they want to set the reset button. I feel like both of them have just been slightly off kilter. Really good signs on Luke's 2.1. I felt like he looked a lot more confident and in control of that turn where he got to that section just a little bit late on that first wave. And George, his timing's just been a little bit off, but the intensity's there. I mean, he's still surfing with that same intent that he has been in every single round.
Thompson here, uses priority, and he'll hit it, nice, and verts. And then joining up the dots for a second turn, and just reaching to get there a little bit and not quite tidying the upper body in tune with the legs. So left a little bit out there in terms of that second turn.
Just watching Greg and being on the beach, especially when Luke's in a heat, you can tell how much it means to everyone down here to see Luke. And, you know, when Luke falls, they all fall. You know, everyone wants to see him succeed. And I feel like you guys are just this one big epic nation who've really gotten behind every single one of their surfers, especially Luke in this event, and just getting to this section a little bit too late. Look how much water was pushing from the other side as well, so didn't quite have the speed he needed to get into that to pop out of it, but he's been making those turns all events. So potentially a little bit of nerves and pressure building for both of these surfers.
100%, Jess. I was using my front foot to try and help him land that last maneuver. I was like stamping it down, like, hey, come on, hold on. But yeah, nerves. I'm quite calm actually, considering, but it is a big one for South Africa. This is massive. I saw Luke before that wave, just sort of looking out to sea, looking up towards Bog, seeing what opportunities were on offer. And for a moment, he looked back at the beach, and he would have looked at the crowd. He would have looked at that VIP stand, and he quickly turned away. You could see him telling himself, "Don't lose focus here." And that's going to be a big thing for him in these last 12 minutes. He's just got to keep that focus, work hard for 12 minutes. This is anybody's final right now. Whoever can put it together in 12 minutes, they're both sitting with a 5 in their scoreline. Who can find that magic wave? Who can hold it together with under 12 minutes to go, yeah.
So evenly poised at the moment in this final Pitar. With that lead, it's not a big one. Priority shifts back to him. And as we've mentioned, just relative to his campaign, obviously he's got to the final. He's been one of the 2 outstanding surfers here. A couple of mistakes in terms of just his rhythm with the wave, his read on it so far. Let's see how he goes about tidying that up. I feel like it's one of those surfers that pretty good about responding in a positive way to adversity. Let's see how he goes about finding a bit of quality and really opening up. But at the moment, I mean, you can just feel this tension here as well. I mean, the South African crowd, they started off pretty noisy. They've just quietened down a little bit, wouldn't they? You could maybe say, all right, George, it's not necessarily him that's quietened them down. It's just the way this one's gone so far. Expect them to give a big roar when Luke connects with something. Just wish we had a bit more time, 11 minutes. Let's hope we get some more sets.
I feel like we're about to see a moment from both of these surfers where they're just going to go, come on, you know, let me put a score on the board. Let me do something special. Is this the moment right now from George?
Pitar, elevator drops down and then gives it a great turn. So precise. It's just one section, so he went real hard at it. Super vert. And then a little bit of chagrin as he looks down the line. The wave just softened up.
Very interesting, he didn't position himself very well for that wave. I mean, he entered into that wave super late, getting no speed on the takeoff, sort of having to drop into it with the lip. And that's like just, you know, maybe there's something just putting him like off rhythm a little bit as we see him turn to have a look at another one down the line. Let's see how he goes here. Nice crack on that section, but again, timing slightly out. But if we get that previous wave, you know, with Brody, he had so much time. I'm not sure why he let himself into it so late, but he did put himself quite critical and get the one big maneuver. But definitely it hasn't been the best sort of heat so far for these 2 surfers. They've been on such fine form. So you see what I mean? Just putting him under pressure there. It did make him nice and critical and a good, you know, a good turn. But it's just not the sort of normal surfing we've seen from George. He's been very precise in this event.
Yeah, that was a crazy single turn. I mean, his entire nose of the board was underwater for one point there. And then this one, could tell he's really trying to get something going. You can see that maybe he's a bit frustrated. He looked back to the beach after his second to last wave to his coach just to be like, am I in the right spot? It felt like he was looking for a little bit of guidance here because it just seems to be that he's pushing, but maybe there's just a weight dragging him down a little bit. You can see he's frustrated by it because all event his timing has been impeccable. So I think George getting a little bit antsy at this point in time, but I mean, even those big single maneuvers, they're incredible turns. So it's leaving the door very much open for both of these surfers to take the win. You wouldn't be comfortable if you were either of these surfers.
Yeah, you got to now take, you know, down to under 10 minutes, 8.5 here. Just wipe that slate clean. Okay, what am I doing now if I'm Luke Thompson with 8 minutes to go? I got priority. Let's just look into the future. I can't control what's happened in this heat. Let me really control this back 8 minutes. Let me dominate it. Let me get the next best wave. Really focus on it. Put those turns together very well, and you know the ball will then go back into George's corner, and then he's got to make decisions on what he's doing on his next wave.
I also just want to add, you've had an incredible event predicting winners and finals. You said Nadia. Nadia went on and won a couple days ago too, by the way. And then when we asked the question of who you think's going to win, you said, I want Luke, but I think there's something special about George Pitter, and now they're both in the final.
Well, you know.
Who's your fantasy team for J-Bay? That's what I want to know. You've had a great run here.
I would tell you if I had picked it. but I haven't done it yet. But I will. Well, I won't tell you because I've got a couple of sneaky picks.
Sneaky picks.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. And don't make the Paul Evans mistake of thinking that you can reset your team after round 2.
I was wondering which mistake you're going to refer to then. Bit of relief it just turned out just to be that. That's fine. 7 on the clock here. Priority Thompson. Possibly advantage Thompson, really. Think about how many sets we're going to get between now and the end, next 7 minutes, and where that might go in terms of this rotation. Possibly maybe a couple of opportunities with priority and a set for him to go. The requirement is low. He won't serve towards that. 3-6-7, certainly for the moment as well.
Yeah, you're better off just sitting until the end and you know, like you need the next best wave that comes through in 6 minutes. Whoever's on it's going to win this contest, right? There's going to be one wave that's better than the others. The surfer that gets that wave will win this final. And if it doesn't come, well then Luke Thompson pretty much must sit until that last 2 minutes and then try and force the 3.67 he needs. And you would think a smaller wave surfed well with the crowd backing would get you a 3.67, right?
But that's not what we want. We want to see electric surfing from these guys.
It's not what we want, but that's the scenario that we're facing right now. But the good news is it looks like there's a few bumps approaching here. Surfers are jockeying for position. Luke Thompson looks very interested. He's going to paddle. He's going to use that priority. He's up and riding. The crowd behind him drives off the bottom, holds that first turn. Nice and critical. Big section ahead and no opportunity down the line. It's been the final of misplacement and bad timing. So, wow, what a big moment. It did look like a very good wave. He had to go. If he wasn't going on that one, George certainly was, right?
Absolutely. George looked really interested in that one. I was thinking this is the moment that you were just talking about, that next best wave that's going to come through, but just couldn't convert on a really big open section. I mean, he got a really nice carve in here, just straight back to that source, and look at the frustration there. He almost screams at the wave, just being like, come on, let me do something on this wave. I mean, still, this is a really nice turn from Luke. He's been using that as a bit of a power play all through the event so far, but needs a 3.67, and it comes in short.
Pretty easy up here with replays and from our vantage point, but just looking at that a couple of times, you think, get up a bit earlier and get the little twofer, get the 2-turn combo in. Think about where the numbers are in this heat. It's probably not going to take excellence the way it's going at the moment to get something solid on there. And you saw that frustration from him. He'll use it to look again at the left, which will just wobble underneath him and roll away. And his work as yet still ahead of him. He needs to score 3.67 at least or better. The remaining 4.20. Pitar is ruling the lineup now with priority.
It's so close between these two, and just it's literally a 3 could change this heat. Luke could lose this. You don't want to lose a final needing a 3.
Well,
you know,
it's advantage Pitar right now. He's got priority. He's in the lead. 4 minutes to go. Luke needs to find a wave that just shoots wide of George Pitar or just bumps up underneath him. That's what Luke needs right now. It's going to be an interesting situation, yeah.
And then George is playing it quite cool, keeping the distance that he's keeping. I feel like he's not ready to play defense. He's still playing offense because he has that 3.83 as the backup. It's not a crazy score. I mean, we haven't seen anyone break into the 5, 6 point range in this heat. Both of them just being a little bit off, but you can see the intent is there from both of them. They both want to put their best foot forward, get the best surfing showing, but it's just been almost a half beat behind for both of these guys. But it looks like Luke is going to swing on the inside here.
Yeah. Wow, out of position again for that one too. You know, well, George knows how important this priority is. So he's not thinking yet about improving because he doesn't have to improve. He's in the lead. So if this final ends right now, he wins the contest. So holding priority, holding Luke off is what his game is right now. Unless it, unless 2 waves come, then he's got to readjust.
Yeah, I think that readjust is the crucial word really for this final. It's what we're going to need to see from Luke Thompson in particular at the moment. He's just struggling to find himself, even an opportunity from under the priority. Looking for a 3. I mean, you just think every heat is served, you feel like a wave of that score or significantly better is coming every time he paddles and shows any interest in the wave. But in this, particularly that last use of priority, that wave, you think, surely this has got decent 3 on it, much, much better.
Well,
didn't turn out to be that way.
Yeah, a smaller peak going left. What's it going to give him? One big crack to start. Hit it up there, gets it, rides it out. That's going to be the score for sure, I think. 2 big maneuvers. Thompson's going to go to the lead, but it's not going to be a big lead. And I think Patar will be out the back. So looking for a 3.67. I reckon it's that score for sure, in my opinion. But George Patar is going to have an opportunity to fight back.
A crucial decision to go. Absolutely the right call. He needed to do something there. And he surfed the wave well. You just see sort of muted celebrations from him on the end, just because of the situation that we're in. But he will get a number to go here. And time, there's only 90 seconds remaining. Patar in the lineup. Let's see where this number goes and where it puts us for the last minute or so. Tell you what's going to be exciting. Here's that left.
This was the call. He needed to go away, and really nice first top turn. That second turn with the backwash, there's a lot of excitement in that. And he just gets the score. He gets a 4-point ride, so he's in the lead for this. I mean, talk about clutch decision-making skills, finding and creating that score in the last 2 minutes of this. Like, Luke swung on more waves in this last 5 minutes than he has in the past 30. So, I mean, he's getting it done, but George, he's looking here.
Yeah, look at this. Good looking wave for George. Snaps it up and he goes down. Luke Thompson needs to be back in the lineup. He needs to get priority and he needs to get on to George Patar if he wants to win this final.
Plot twists are plenty here. On the inside and in the lead, Luke Thompson of South Africa. George fell. Just before that, he got another quick wave as well.
And Luke stuck on the inside. George is almost back out the back.
Are either of them really going to get in the lineup position to ride another wave? If no one rides another wave, that South African flag will be flying with pride. There is energy out the back, under 15 on the clock. This wave, you would think it will have to be for George Patar. That wave won't show anything like enough. And it looks like a really historic moment here in Ballito, South Africa. 21-year-old Luke Thompson is making history in this proud surfing nation. Look how much it means to him, the pride, the passion. He's your champion of the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill 2025. What a moment for South African surfing.
How epic. Watch the boys pull him in. They're going to carry him up the beach. They've got the South African flag. Huge moment in South African surfing right here. What a day for Luke Thompson. Go get him, boys. He's not allowed to touch the sand. Classic. Woo!
Crash tackled in the shorey. Just a raw outpouring of emotion here. Absolutely love this moment. So epic to see Luke Thompson, and just disbelief as well on his face at the moment about really what's happening here, Jez. This is huge.
That was, I mean, what a final. It was so high intensity. Those last 5 minutes, they really came into play yet again, and you can see how much it means to him. It was so close between those two surfers. Look, they both had a 5 and a 4 pretty much between the two of them. So Luke, he knew what he had to do, and sometimes it's not the way you want to win a final. I'm sure he wanted 8s, but the fact that he just held it to the very end, I mean, this is an incredible moment for him in his career and for South African surfing today. I mean, that is, I have a smile on my face watching this. This is incredible stuff.
You know what the best part about it? The first 3 guys in the water, the 3 guys carrying him up, Luke Schlappen, Connor Schlappen, Dan Emsley, Luke's biggest competition through junior surfing in South Africa. They competed. It was battles. And those are the guys in there to carry him up. And that is special for me. Wow, look at that. He's got the flag. The South African crowd bringing him up. Huge moment here at the Ballito Pro. How epic is this?
And to win at home, and look at that beach, everyone is just so excited for Luke, and it's just been, it really has been his story this week, just coming back, fighting in the dying stages, then winning heats in the early rounds. I mean, Luke, he's just been, even talking to him, trying not to get ahead of himself, just trying to pace himself through this event, and he's just won this in such a well-rounded manner. I mean, incredible stuff, and you can just see the support from everyone on the beach. Look at the crowd on the beach getting behind Luke Thompson.
The crazy thing is Luke's got a flight to J-Bay this afternoon as well.
He's going to be there in like an hour.
Yeah, so it's pretty epic, and we can't wait to see him in the Corona Cerro J-Bay next week as well.
A befitting end to what's been an epic competition to be part of. One of the stories of this event, just the unity between everyone who makes it happen. And that big crowd and all of that support just galvanized here behind Luke Thompson at the moment, who is the champion, and he's done it with brilliant surfing throughout. And now we'll just reflect on that moment and just think how crazy it is to be at home with people that you know and love and all of the support, and just to turn that into success away from the career and the status and all of that sort of thing, just purely on an emotional level right now for him. It's all starting to hit home that he's won the Ballito Pro. Absolutely brilliant moment for Luke Thompson here. South Africa at the moment is celebrating this young man. A sports mad nation, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at Luke, like, he's actually still in the heat. He's like still out there. He still needs to win this heat. It hasn't hit him yet that he's the champion. There's still work to do. He would feel that, and he's like, have I really won this? And what a huge moment it is. And when it hits him, I reckon the emotions will hit him as well.
Yeah, word for George Patai. He's surfed great throughout this. I mean, second's an epic result on the Challenger Series. Would have loved to get the win. Just didn't quite happen for him, Jess.
He was really confident, I think, leaving that much space between him and Luke towards the end there. But you can tell that I feel like George is the type of competitor who doesn't want to scrap through heats, and he wants to win convincingly. So you could see he was sitting on his marker trying to find himself a wave, and just in those dying stages, I mean, the plan had to change. But what an incredible event for George. I mean, he has been such a standout. He's been surfing so well-rounded, and he said a couple rounds ago in a post-heat interview, I have a goal for myself this year to make a podium, and he just achieved that here today.
I've absolutely loved being in here with you guys, calling George's heats. When he takes off on a wave and he sets up that bottom turn, the anticipation for me is so exciting. He's just flawless, and it's been really great watching him through into the finals.
Let's go here from the champ. He's the toast of South Africa right now. Luke Thompson is with Emma.
Luke, our 2025 Challenger Series winner. This is obviously the biggest result of your life. You've got everyone crowding around you. How do you feel?
I don't even know what to feel. Like, oh, there's so many emotions. Like, I feel like this whole week you just suppress your emotions the whole week because you're just trying to focus on the job. And like before, when I made the final, I was like struggling to keep them in. I did the interview, I almost started tearing up. And then that final, I mean, flip, I wish it was a better final, but geez, I can't believe it. So much work, so much like hard work put into it. Like, I've been here for like a month. I lost first round in the first event. Like, my third year on the Challenger Series, it's just like, oh, it's a dream come true to do this with the South African crowd here. I don't even have words. I'm still trying to process everything. But one thing I must say is the biggest thank you ever to my coach, QJ. There's no way I could have done this without him. He's been here with me this whole time. There's been so many emotions up and down, and he's been through it all. Calling him at 10 p.m. because I'm shaking, because I'm so nervous, to like messaging him at 5 a.m. asking him if he's at the beach yet. He's been here through everything. He's been with me ever since I started surfing. Just a massive thank you to him.
Yo, Luke, I'm feeling pretty emotional too. I know most of the beach is, and we just know how much surfing is just ups and downs, unpredictables, and this is your time, so soak it up. You said you're catching a flight to J-Bay in like an hour.
Yeah, I'm meant to be going to, I booked a flight like 2 days ago to go to J-Bay at 2 p.m. But I don't know, maybe I'll give it a miss and stay one more night with the boys, have a little night out, but I can't believe it. A massive thank you to this whole crowd, everyone here. The support I felt, like, it literally fired me up the whole event. Like, you know, every single wave, I could hear them on the wave. Like, it was the biggest pump up I've had, and I'm just extremely grateful for everyone here. Like, the support is just unreal, and thank you so much to everyone.
Woo! Well, this is Luke Thompson, our 2025 winner. Woo!
Another brilliant chapter in the Ballito Pro is written. We're going to go to a quick break here. When we come back, we'll have the Corona Zero post show. We'll break down what's been another epic event. We'll be right back.
I spent my life traveling since I was 12 years old.
Absolutely eating this up, celebrating in style.
For the most part, how this trip came about, I mean, I haven't been home for a winter in 13 years. I've started my career here. It's the waves, it's the places that have molded me into the person that I am today.
I was thinking about just kind of striking a mission up the coast.
Oh, that sounds epic.
Big to have you along for the ride.
Yeah, no, I've been locked down for the last 50 days and yeah, let's link up and go surfing.
This thing looks sick.
Man, I reckon I just stood in f***ing dog shit. Nice. Look at this, bro. I just stood in that freaking doo-doo.
I don't know what to do, yeah.
Sky traffic jam. From Durban to Cape Town and traveling throughout South Africa. For me to be able to come and experience that, I don't think could have come at a better time.
We have the best waves right on our doorstep. We're all blessed to be surfing in South Africa.
It's the greatest high ever.
Finals day concluded at the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, and what an epic edition of this iconic event it's been. It's the Corona Zero post show. We'll be talking through our champions, their paths to the final. We'll be looking forward to what else is coming up in South Africa, namely at J-Bay in the next week or so. What an event it's been. Have we had fun or what? You guys, let's say cheers. What a moment,
Cheers,
what a day,
guys.
what a week. Cheers. What a sick couple of finals we had.
Oh, I mean, what an event we had. There was so many different storylines. It felt like it was kind of a roller coaster. Then we had all these underdogs come through, and I love the Challenger Series and events like this because you actually never know what you're going to get in each event. And just the way that the storyline unfolded of Luke Thompson here, the local boy, winning in front of a local crowd. I mean, there's not much more you can really ask for.
Yeah, relatively early on, Greg, we knew we were going to get a new winner here, and some people would have been hoping that would be Luke Thompson, particularly like all of South Africa. But how good is to see it actually unfold and actually happen, and he's been absolutely class, well worthy of his victory.
Pure class. He's surfed so well through this event, and a massive victory for not only Luke Thompson, but for South African surfing. It's going to be huge. The boys all cheered him up. George Patar as well, stand out through the event. I mean, we just had a matchup of the two best surfers in competition. The final, yes, a bit slow, not a huge scoring final, but Luke Thompson, he won't look at those numbers. He's going to look at the trophy, right? He's the champion.
Well, the journey to the final, it was a storied one. We'll have a look and see exactly how Luke Thompson got it done, and he had to get past real quality surfers. That quarter, crucially, against Eli Hanneman, you just felt like when he got that particular heat done and he got that win, you knew you were on the verge of something special here, Jess.
Yeah, and he looked really convincing in that one as well. Just his strength, his stature, his power in his surfing. It seemed like he clicked into another gear in that quarterfinal. And Eli, I mean, he was really impressive thinking back to his round of 16. And I remember chatting to Luke and he was like, I know this is going to be a big one, this quarterfinal. And then he went on, had a similar kind of situation with Oscar Berry where they're two pretty similar surfers. They actually approach heats in very similar ways. And I feel like, yeah, probably from that quarterfinal onwards, it was pretty much game time for Luke Thompson.
For sure. And in the semis, he just also had a bit of a slower start, but then built and got some seriously big scores through that semi-finals. As we see here, a couple of big turns just opening up, nice clean faces, so much spray coming off his board. And this was towards the back half of that semi-final, and then he found this wave right in the dying minutes to really hammer it home and really look at this, the emotion. He knew he's going into the finals. He has a shot at the title here.
Just the way he was drawing out his bottom turns had that little bit extra in them as well. And then straight into this to start off the final. I mean, finding that amount of cover up, and that was a really hollow barrel as well. And then here, this was the moment where he knew he had to push hard to win this final. Just perfectly teed off on two turns there. Got himself the score by like 0.1 as well, and got himself the win. So Luke had to do what he did to convert and take home the trophy. And I love seeing Dan, Connor and Luke cheer him up the beach. Not only are they his competitors here, he's grown up competing against them his whole junior career, but they're his best mates as well. And I think this is just such a big moment for them as a group. And I think when we come back for the US Open, watch them all try and lift as well.
For sure. And, you know, the talking point is, you know, two South Africans will get that the ratings, but two South Africans probably in the top 4. I'm not sure where Maddie McGillivray will enter. He was top 3, but anyway, that's a huge talking point for our surfers, and they're going to feel so good. And just the way they've supported Luke here, and this one's going to drive them and lift them up as they go into the US Open.
And also, what a great warm-up into J-Bay, because we know Luke got the wild card into Jeffreys Bay, and I mean, the momentum that he can take from this into that and see how he goes up against the best in the world at a wave that he's so used to knowing. I mean, this is the perfect warm-up to go into J-Bay for Luke.
Absolutely, and I'm glad to hear that Luke's trying to actually get to J-Bay today. I think it's a good thing that he stays and has one night with his mates, but he wants to get there by tomorrow. J-Bay's a different type of wave. It's a fast wave down the line. He needs to get there and get into it. Plenty of swell coming into the weekend. It could be a quick start there, so he'll have to reset quite quickly after a good time tonight.
New list. Best possible reasons to miss a flight to J-Bay? A win on the Challenge Series.
It's pretty high up on the list, isn't it? You'd take it. I mean, you've got to celebrate your wins and just the hard work that goes into those wins as well. And all of his mates are here. He started surfing 30 minutes down the road. I mean, it makes sense for him to stay a night, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, no, I've got to get to J-Bay, just start to lock in. But who knows? I mean, he deserves whatever decision he makes.
Yeah, wins are huge, huge moments, aren't they, in your career? I mean, when you look back, Greg, and you think, like, it's only so many, there's so many good servers out there, so much quality. To get a moment like this, it'd be really cool for him to savour that. Of course, we've already seen himself there as a wild card back in 2022. That's the first time I'd really seen much of himself. I thought he absolutely ripped there. He came in, he was real young then. A couple more years now, a bit more maturity, maybe a bit more strength as well to his surfing. Can't wait to see what he can do.
I was going to say that his size and how he's grown into himself, his maturity on those J-Bay walls are going to look fantastic. Obviously, the momentum from this event and no pressure. He's going to be seriously dangerous out there. I can't wait to see it. And he's going to want to show the CT guys, hey guys, this is what's coming next year. Be warned.
Love it. What a story that is for South African surfing, for our champ, Lukey Thompson. Let's pivot over, check out the final bracket for the women. It ended up to be an all-Euro final, and a couple of surfers with plenty of spray and heavy turns, but they had to get past some heavy opponents as well. There's a lot of quality in the quarters draw here, Jess, and a real diverse field as well. There's a little bit of everything.
Yeah, we had some veterans, we had some young up-and-comers, we had some dark horses like Talia Swindle and Laura Rupp, but for me, I really feel like Nadia, she found her form in the round of 32 and then just continued that all the way through to the final. I mean, it was in that moment where she found that 8-point ride that it just felt like something was different. This was pretty big in her semi-final. Had to take down Sally Fitzgibbons, who was looking super in form, went excellent on those two turns here for Nadia, and she just was so impeccable with her timing on these walls and just was clicking them so perfectly on her backhand, dealing with an injury as well, and coming off the tour, not really getting the results she was ever looking for, and then straight into a win. This is big confidence for Nadia.
Yeah, and just solid surfing into the finals. She started with that big wave and a big maneuver, and just really focusing on those big backhand turns. She kept building that scoreline in that final, and that's, I think, where Yolanda got a little bit stuck. She had the best wave of the final, but she didn't build on her scoreline. She sort of sat with priority for a long time, needing a smallish score, and Nadia just kept edging that lead, making it a little bit better and better, and she surfed the full 35 minutes, where Yolanda sort of didn't get anything better in the last 15 minutes or so.
Zorionak to Nadia Eristabe. Big congratulations to her. We sometimes talk as well about personality coming through in surfing. I'm not sure that really quite always rings true. I just think with her, she's got a sort of a humbleness about her that you don't often see, particularly now with athletes, elite athletes. They've almost got to be their own personal brand. It's all about the sort of cult of the individual. I just really think she's so understated. It's quite refreshing to see that, because it's actually something quite unique these days.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she doesn't oversell anything. She's just so openly herself and never needs to push harder than she does, because she's so just elegant in the way that she holds herself as a person and as a competitor and as a surfer as well. And so Nadia, I feel like this is a win that came at a really great time for her in her career, knowing that she can get these wins on this level and then challenge once she makes that championship tour as well. So 2 Challenger Series events, 2 European female champions. So that's a good start for the European females.
Yeah, just a word on Yo-Yo as well. Another unique character and that kind of new energy as well. And like the sport, it's all about the performance and what people do in our ways, but we do need those personalities. And it's great to see her going so well out here as well. She'll be disappointed with what she got done. Never made a heat hit in the past as well. So a brilliant result for her. And yeah, go the Euros. Yeah, Jess.
Go the Euros, Paul. I mean, she was looking in form all event.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to that final. She got the 7-6-7 on, she beautiful opening turn and then that heavy hitting landing. I think if she had ridden out of that turn, that final turn a bit quicker, there was a lot going on. She took a long time to pop out that whitewater. Still dynamic maneuver. If she had sort of come out a bit quicker and looked up at the beach, that would have been up into the excellent. I think that's where the difference was in that heat. But Yolanda, she has been working so hard at this event. She's been down here on the water's edge, the first person every single morning, and her coach John, supporting her, actually not letting her go out too early in the dark on her own, making her wait for another surfer to come and paddle out with her. And she's definitely putting together some good heats, and she's got a lot of belief. I mean, you talk to her, the belief she has in herself is pretty crazy, and she 100% believes she's going to go all the way.
Still early in the season, but after stop 2, here's what we know in terms of our rankings, and absolutely what you want to do is come out as quick and as hard as you can. And we'll see. Kiki Vaselko still on top, went well in this event. She would have lined herself up to go deeper than this. She holds quite high standards for herself. But interesting, obviously, the 2 finalists, Yolanda and Nadia, up there inside that top 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really great start. We talk about European females. There's 5 in the top 10. So that's a really incredible start.
4 of the top 5.
4 of the top 5. I mean, it's such a big moment. I feel like they've come out of the gates as this new storm. You know, we talk about the Brazilian storm. Maybe we've got a European storm starting to brew on the Challenger Series now, and it's strong on the women's side. And with Kika still at the top of the rankings, she's going to J-Bay.
Yeah, do you think her and Luke should maybe phone the airlines together and change their flights? Because she can't go home. She's going to J-Bay, right?
She's going to J-Bay.
What a fantastic week we've had here at Ballito. It's been entertaining. It's been something that we've seen airs, we've seen chews, we've seen big turns, and we've seen clutch performances as well. You know you're going to be a worthy winner here in Ballito. We've already talked about how important it is in terms of a career to go all the way, and surfers will ultimately look back at their moment on the podium. Speaking of which, let's go down to that now. We're going to throw to Mike Frew and the awards presentation.
Welcome to the Ballito Pro 2025 presented by O'Neill Awards Prize Giving. We'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, the Zulu people and their descendants. We recognize their continuing connection to the land and waters and thank them for protecting this coastline and its ecosystems since time immemorial. May we all find ways to walk gently and compassionately on these ancient lands and come to a place where every child ever born is respected, valued, and has a strong sense of belonging. Welcome to the presentation of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, the second stop on the 2025 World Surf League Challenger Series. What a pleasure to be back in South Africa, and folks, I think you can agree we couldn't have had a better 2 days for the quarters and finals of competition. Let's just give this whole event a big round of applause. This winter has been a tricky one for KZN. We've only had 2 swells come through so far, and what we were blessed with today has to be one of the best days of the winter so far. A nice new ground swell came up with that pulse yesterday and set the stage for spectacular finals day surfing. I just want to give a special thanks to our event partners, the Qualification Municipality, O'Neill, Corona Zero, Red Bull, SMG Yamaha, and Vodacom. Then also to our environmental partners, WESA, Blue Flag, and Litter for Tokens. Special thank you to the local community here in Ballito. Thank you to all you locals for sharing your waves with us over the last 15 days of the event. With me on the stage here, I have Paul Canning. Paul is the director of O'Neill in South Africa. And then I also have Tasha Mentasti, who is the WSL Africa Regional Director. Without these 2 folks, this event wouldn't happen. Paul, I work with Paul, and he has had his head buried in his office and his computer for the last 6 months putting this event together. And same with Tash, putting all these events on for South African surfers earlier in the event, and then welcoming all the internationals that competed in the Challenger Series. Can I just ask you to give these 2 folks a massive round of applause? Right, we're going to go into the awards presentation. The 2025 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. If we could have the ladies runner-up. Well done, congratulations. Let's give a big round of applause to Yolanda Hopkins. So, Yolanda, before we give over the Vodacom vouchers and all the rest of the stuff that you're going to have to hold. Tash, if you'd like to just maybe stand next to Yolanda, I'm first going to give her an opportunity just to say a few words.
Hi everybody, thanks so much for the support. I mean, here in South Africa it was pretty incredible. I think it's the best challenger I've done for crowd-wise, so it was really, really emotional for me. I was really happy with my performance and I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had a blast.
So that's our 2025 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill Challenger Series. Ladies runner-up, Yolanda Hopkins. Let's just give her another big round of applause. Right, so there's so many prizes that Yolanda's probably not going to be able to carry it. If I could, we'll just let Yolanda take a few photo opportunities there, and then we'll move on to the men's runner-up. Right, folks, let's get into the next, which was the 2025 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, men's runner-up. This was his first final that he has ever made. His best results up until now was a third place finish. He made the final, and from Australia, taking second place in the 2025 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Congratulations to George Patar. So George, before you carry all the prizes away with you, I'm going to just give you an opportunity to also say a few words.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy out there actually. I'm sorry it wasn't the greatest of finals, but even just being out there with Luke and hearing the crowd on the beach, it was pretty insane, the support you guys are putting up for him. And yeah, I don't know, he was getting like, he got like a 5 at the start and you guys were screaming. I thought he got like a 10 in a tube or something. But yeah, I don't know, it's a amazing feeling standing up here and in such a beautiful area like Ballito. I don't know, it's a special place. I've been coming here for a long time, and yeah, thank you so much for coming down, and cheers to all the sponsors and everyone working at the event. It's been epic, so cheers.
So we're going to give George an opportunity to get all the prizes, get a couple of photos taken, and George, great surfing there. It was a huge battle between you and Luke, and while we're getting George's photos taken, I just want to acknowledge the crowd. This is the biggest crowd. We've been running this event since 2019, and I don't remember ever seeing such a big crowd for finals day. So thank you to everybody that's come out for this. Awesome, George. Right, so if we could move now on to the ladies winner. The ladies winner for the 2025 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It was also the first appearance for herself in any final. She's never made a final in the Challenger Series before. Let's have a big Ballito welcome and congratulations to Nadia Aero Starbear, the 2025 Ballito Pro champion. Nadia, we're going to give you, before you have to carry everything else as well, there's so many prizes that go with this win. Huge points. Give us your thoughts.
I don't know, I'm really happy to win this event, such a special event. And I had a really rough start this year. I got the wild card on the city and didn't make through a heat, then first challenger, lost first round. So, I don't know, a lot of emotions going on. And it's so amazing to have so many friends around here, and I don't know, thanks to all the crowd who came down, cheer up, all of us, and also everyone at home cheering for us, and thanks Mom and Dad for all the support, and also to all the sponsors, and yeah, thank you.
Big round of applause for our ladies winner. So Nadia Erostabe taking the win at the Ballito Pro first final, and spectacular surfing on her backhand will allow a bit of photo opportunity, the media going out around the world. And what a spectacular day of surfing we've had here so far in Ballito, culminating in great new groundswell waves, overhead conditions for finals day here in Ballito. Well done, Nadia. Let's give Nadia another big round of applause. Great surfing. Now, we're down to the men's winner of the 2025 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Those of you that were here in 2017 rather, would remember that he took out the Pro Junior event when he was just 15 years old. This week he celebrated his 21st birthday, and a massive week. He took out the win. Your 2025 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill champion from Durban, South Africa. It's Luke Thompson. Yeah, Luke. It's a massive, massive day for you, Luke. Give you an opportunity to say a few words.
Firstly, I just want to say well done to George. He's been ripping this whole year. I think his surfing is so good, and yeah, I was super nervous to go against him. Unfortunately, we didn't really get the final we both probably wanted, but yeah, I mean, I'm at a loss for words. I don't even know what to feel. Lost first round at Newcastle, and I was like, oh, not again, not another year of this. So been here for like a month, been on a strict program with my coach and my trainer, and yeah, it's been a crazy couple days. The support has been unbelievable from all the South Africans. I can't thank you guys enough. Like, yeah, it's fired me up so much throughout this whole week. Extremely proud to be a South African, and yeah, it's been a big week, and I don't even really know what to feel. Like I feel like I'm in a dream, and I'm just waiting to wake up. Yeah, it's pretty unbelievable, but yeah, I'm just super grateful, and yeah, thanks South Africa, thank you everyone.
Woo! Well done, Luke. So Luke Thompson, champion in the men's division of the 2025 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. It's been a fantastic event. As we said, we were blessed with amazing waves on finals day, spectacular surfing. We had some high scores. For everybody that's still down here, the market at the Ballito Pro is still open. We don't stop. The Corona bar is open, and we continue on a festive Sunday. I'm sure there'll be a lot of cold drinks being shared between everyone this evening. Well done to all the competitors. Congratulations to the winners. And back to Paul, you and the crew in the post-show.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Worthy winners there, Nadia and Luke. Absolutely delighted. They'll soak in this moment and enjoy it. Real special memories being created right here in Ballito, and just reveling the fact that you're in a beautiful part of the world and you're winning events. A bit of cash, points as well, crucially. And the ultimate goal, of course, is getting up there on the ratings and getting qualification done for the CT. So shortly we're going to dive into those men's ratings, but just we've already touched on it. South Africa going pretty well. We talked about that Euro story for the women, but a couple of South Africans lurking with intent there inside the ratings. Greg Emsley.
Yeah, so having a look at it, it's you see Jacob Wilcox still up in number 1. Luke Thompson shooting up the rankings, up to number 2 with the win. George Patar as well to 3. And then another South African, Matt McGillivray, up to number 4. So huge story for South Africa to come out of the Ballito Pro, and you've got 2 surfers in the top 5. That's massive for the country, and we'll be stoked with that. And yeah, Carly Vast down to 5, Liam O'Brien 6, Oscar down to 7, Jorgen in 8, Ryan's moved down, shifted a bit, to 9, and then Winter sitting in 10. So it's a pretty solid looking top 10 right there.
Quite a few Aussie flags in that top 10 still, Jess.
There is. It's something I love most about that rankings is we're seeing a lot of new names, well, names that we know, but new names in that top 10. Thinking of Callie Vast, he was down in the 50th last year. Oscar Berry, Winter Vincent. I mean, we knew we were going to see class from a lot of those surfers coming back from that CT or maybe trying to get back onto that top league. But to see these new names like Luke Thompson, it's exciting. You're not sure where this year's going to go, but if that was the top 10 that we ended up with at the end of the year, I think would be in for a delight for the 2026 tour.
Tell you what we do know about this year.
Tell me.
We've got a new schedule as well. We've mixed things up. We've improved it significantly as well. So adding more events, adding, well, ultimately the best, the scariest wave on the planet, Pipeline, best place for a contest. Also, a couple of visits to Newcastle. So extending it out to 7 events, including Pipe as well. So more quantity, plenty more quality in the Challenger Series.
Absolutely. I mean, I even love the next one that we're going to. We're going over to the States, Huntington Beach. There seems to be that element of prestige at that event as well that we saw with Newcastle and here at Ballito. And I think it just feels like it's revving up and it's ramping up. And if we look towards the end of the year, if we keep going in the trajectory that we are, Pipeline's going to be crazy. And then we're going to be going into Newcastle again to decide who are going to be our championship tour surfers.
And wave-wise, Greg, we've already had a couple of spots with Newcastle was pretty solid there. We've had really solid conditions here, a bit of quality, and I feel like we kind of needed a bit of that. The Changers are delivering this year.
Absolutely. I was going to just touch on that point. Looking at the top 10, what are we seeing? Strapping young lads. It's a big top 10, big surfers with big moves, and I like to see that. You know, we've got big waves. Newcastle had some solid surf. We've seen great solid surf here at Ballito. Maybe it's going to be the year of the big waves, and we've got Pipeline added to it. And maybe it's a good storyline where, you know, surfers that can handle the big juice that we do see on the championship tour are going to be the ones that make it through.
Plenty more talking points yet to come on the Corona Zero post-show. Time for a quick break. When we come back, we'll be looking forward to the Corona Zero J-Bay Open. Also, the top 5 moments from the Ballito Pro. That's all coming real soon.
Welcome to Kwadukuza, the destination for all seasons. Kwadukuza is not just for thrill seekers, it's a family-orientated destination too. Stunning beaches where sun-kissed sands meet crystal clear waters. Our town has a range of child-friendly offerings that will keep the whole family entertained. For a magical wedding, look no further. Kwadukuza offers exquisite wedding venues that will create memories to last a lifetime. It also shines as an events tourism destination. World-class events like the Ballito Pro, where top surfers ride the waves, Heritage Day, which is used as a cultural celebration of King Shaka's life every year, and the Ballito Big Week, a celebration of music, food, and fun for the whole community. KwaZulu-Natal's a premier conference, strategic planning and team-building destination, which is enabled by its close proximity to King Shaka Airport. Nestled amidst the natural beauty of South Africa's east coast, Kwadukuza offers a truly captivating setting for your next corporate event. Kwadukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast, invites you to explore its beaches, enjoy thrilling adventures, create family memories, celebrate love, and discover its rich heritage. Start planning your unforgettable journey to Kwadukuza today.
Beautiful. Ballito has shone for us this week. It's time to look forward as well to one of the truly iconic surf spots on the planet. The Corona Zero Open J-Bay kicks off next week. July 11th will be our first call. What a time of year to be in this part of the world. How frothing are we to be heading to J-Bay, Jess?
I cannot wait. I mean, I think J-Bay is on every single person's dream list of places to go to surf that wave and just appreciate it. I think more than anything, it's such a crazy wave and it's all natural and it's definitely, I don't know, I'm fizzing. I'm really excited.
Yeah, unique for lots of ways. We talk about how perfect the wave is. There's quite a bit more to it than that, Greg. Just tell us exactly about J-Bay, why it's become so special, why so many elite pro surfers cite it as their favourite wave.
Well, it's the best right-hand point break in the world. It's a heavy wave with a lot of water moving. It's got a big wall. It's very demanding. You need maximum speed, first of all, to surf that wave. You need positioning that's flawless. You need to be able to really put it on the rail, those big single bottom turns into the big top turn combinations. You need to know when you can turn and when you need to race. That's very important. And when you are turning, get up in that lip, get vertical, and then that tube ride. Make sure you get in and keep that board pointing up to the top of the wave. Make sure you stay in that tube, pop out the bottom, and then in the free surf, you'll see most guys kicking off that impossible section because it is heavy, but in competition, you have to do the big hammer on that closeout section to get at least an extra point or so on your ride.
You've been pretty happy with the way your predictions have worked out this week. You'll have a little extra moment just to home those in. So I'm coming to Jess first. I need a couple of names, men's and women's.
Geordie, you can't go past Geordie in the men's side. And if I was to choose someone else, I'd probably lean towards an Ethan Ewing, thinking about some performances he's had there in the past.
Really going out on a limb there.
Yeah, crazy.
Okay.
Crazy. The women's side, though, you're not going to like it. It's predictable for this one too. But just Gabby's power is unmatched this year. She's just looking so strong and just the way that she can connect on her rail and lean on it and push as hard as she does. I think Gabby's going to be pretty hard to stop, actually, at J-Bay.
Craig?
Yeah, obviously we're all going Geordie. There's no way we're not going to go with Geordie, yellow jersey. I'm going to give a bit of goofy foot love. I'm going Cole Houshman. I think those big backhand turns are going to be something special out on the walls of J-Bay. Dark horse, Ethan Ewing, of course, is there, the 23 champion. Jake Marshall, let's throw him in there as a wild card. Watch his style out there is going to be beautiful to watch. Women's side, I'm going Katie Simmons and Erin Brooks. Give a bit of backhand love. I think her quick off the top's going to suit that J-Bay wall. And let's not forget about her backhand tube riding. Could be exceptionally special with those fast running tubes.
Cannot wait for that event to kick off. Time now to dive into our top 5 moments from the week here in Ballito. It's been another classic chapter. Let's see exactly what makes our top 5. Well, tubes are pretty good. Lucas Silveira is great. And this was a really significant one.
Yeah, I mean, he found this in the dying stages of the heat as well. Airdropped into it and just travelled really beautifully through it, found himself a nice exit as well there for Lucas Silveira. So it had to be in the top 5. It was such a big moment in the context of this competition.
And a huge one here for Kiara Gould. That was just a massive turn. She was doing this all contest long, so controlled, and the way she whips that board back to the beach was just exceptionally good.
Yeah. Tia Zabrowski, Kiara Gould really just showed their class in this event. Absolutely tore in. No terms of fear, opponents, status, showing that youthful exuberance, competing brilliantly. And we are looking at the future of surfing, the stars. Look forward to their careers as they play out. Let's talk about perfection, shall we?
Yeah, we got a 10-point ride this event, and it was for that full rotation from Lucas Cassidy. I mean, excellent. It was just so perfect. The way he hit that section, landed without a fumble in sight, and also in the dying stages of the heat. This was in the last 60 seconds, got himself the perfect score of the week, a 10-point ride, and just really set his name on the map. He's one to watch out for.
Nadia Aristarbe, massive turns, and this is really what won her the event. She did this all contest long, just placement, positioning, huge amounts of power spray, and it did get her the title in the end.
Yeah, I loved everything she brought to competition, and so did this guy. I mean, he just had this unmatched rhythm with the ocean for Luke, and he had some big names that he had to take down, but when it came down to the final and doing whatever it took to win, he was that guy who just made it happen. Got himself a 4, which was the score he was looking for in the dying stages. We've had a lot of actually clutch performances this event. It was a lot of heats were won in the last 5 minutes, and supported by the local crowd. This was just a major win for South Africa today, and for Luke.
Yeah, Luke Thompson getting that wave, and he had to surf that left-hander really well. It was a tricky wave. That first turn he placed massive. He backed it up really, you know, through that bump. He did so well to surf for that score. When you actually look at what he needed and what he had to do on that wave, he couldn't have done much more. And, you know, you talk about winning it in the end. He did just that. Low-scoring final, but Luke Thompson getting the win for South Africa, and how proud we are. Yeah, Luke.
Yeah, an epic moment for South Africa. This week overall, Jess, your first time over here. Has it been up to muster? Have you had a good time?
I have had the best week in Ballito. It is one of my new favourite places, and I just think the people, the wave, the community around here as well, it's just been world class, actually, and I've loved everything. I've loved the storylines we've had at the events, and I've also loved working with you guys. It's been okay. It's been all right.
Final thoughts on the week we've had?
It's been a brilliant week. We've had very good waves, very good weather. It's been obviously great fun talking through the heats in the booth, and it's going to be one to beat, especially with the South African taking the men's title. It's a special Ballito Pro 25 we will remember.
It's been fun hanging with you guys. I like your predictions. I don't mind telling you both wrong. I'm going with the goose. It's going to be Yago, Dora, Caroline Marks for the wins.
I was going to say, you can't get away with not putting your picks in, so I'm glad you threw them in.
Yeah, I just, you know,
Why not?
Went slightly original. Of course, J-Bay coming up on the 11th. That's when we kick off down there at Jeffreys Bay. Absolutely can't wait for that. We'll see you online at worldsurfleague.com. We'll send you out with some highlights from finals day here. A great day for South Africa and for the Basque Country as well. A great day to be a surfer. Cheers, you guys.
Cheers.
Shot.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.